casually wiggle. Y-A-A-A-Y.
Welcome, everybody, to the show.
Hello. Yeah, the couple snacks. Hey, bit Buffalopagus. Wiggly wiggly. Yeah, indeed. Alright, let's just ramp up the game, man. Hey there, Shane Shock. Hope you're doing good. And let's see here. Change the scene. Ramp up the game. And remember, kids, take your meds. There we go. Straight in to back to Hondo Town. Okay, so what do we need? What do we need? Right, last time we built a new fancy iron smelting facility, and it was all very nice and dandy. Except we're consuming far more than that. So we need a better one. And I also realized like maybe having like separate ore grinding spots in all these places isn't really necessary. Maybe I should just have the train bring in like pre-ground ore. We have the ore grinding where the ore is. That might be a smarter way to do it. One of those things, though, you know, just spending a little bit of time away from the place. Realize like I'm have so many like silly solutions. I'm like really wasteful with my space usage and everything. And I like just magic that into existence. I was thinking, well, it's a little bit tall bridge. Now, at least when they pick up stuff from here, it'll be slightly faster to get here. Okay, and the iron ore is just empty. That's less than ideal. Okay, so let's look at. Well, I got medical supplies delivered to my settlement clinic. Year 550. Well, I mean, the big question is, when did you build the clinic? Time to sing the refactor song for the 5-minute mark. Yeah? That's how it works. That's how the game works, my friend. This is true. And I should probably get rid of these. And then There you go, you guys are no longer really requesting anything. We have to start like turning off these things. And you only do rock and iron and dirt, so we could have a small, like maybe like that'll be for the next iron mine. We then have a small sort of sorting station here, which then links to a train station. How are these guys doing? The idea was to get some dirt in here, so let's just get some dirt in there. Just so we can, because this was also partly as meant as an experiment. And then we go here. All of that. And the tower in question changes. We only allow dirt droppings. And we'll see how that ends up going. There you go. So the digger has something to do as well while the trucks just fill it up. The food keeps on being okay. Unemployment is right at the edge there. These guys have now run out of iron ore, but that's okay. No, I messed up. Because I could have. Or not. Okay, the recycling is actually pretty much all done. You getting upgraded, that is actually a good idea. We can do that by the magic, and then it will be just twice as effective. Otherwise, all the same. You don't need that truck anymore, and you can be added to the list of upgradables. You guys are doing good. All of that needs to be refactored and redone and removed from place A to point A to point B. And yeah, we need to change how the ore deliveries work. And for that, yes, we're going to have to make a new factory that does not get raw ore but crushed ore. And once we get all of that sort of designed, then we'll have to then redesign this a little bit. Okay, the neat thing is, because if we remove this one from here, then we can also remove this one and these, and then have one of these big ones here. So that'll clean it up a little bit and cut down on power use. In fact, then we have two of these next to each other, because the idea was to then move that one further this way. Okay, so that's something we can do as well. Like, this track isn't doing anything right now. But we can use this one to do a quick little design check here. Oh yeah, because we can moving the pillars is easy, so that's good. That's important. Good old refactor song. Let's redo the entire fucking station. If we do that, closest I can get to is there. That's interesting. Why are these all red? Well, it wasn't because of the train. Is it because this one is too close? Okay, yeah, that pillar would need to move, but we can't because we can't build pillars on this side. Wait, no, you're going a little up. One thing I do know is that we don't need this one. Which we can magic some of that away. Then if we look at these tracks, I wonder if there's a maintenance penalty for elevated tracks. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Would make sense. Right, so there we see, this is the straight one. So now it looks like we can in fact get on the left side of this one. So it's that pillar, who is now the problematic one. And that means we can, in fact, get through here. Okay, there's no need to actually connect right there, to be honest. And we would need all these straight we can get. So that would be the way. Which also means we need you active again. Because I think we're okay for the gravel, but not for the steel bits. We're deforesting the planets. No slag exporting, no stealing the slag. There you go. Only rocks. For this one, I don't think we need to make this one much bigger, to be honest. And the slag train will be building the new slag island. All of this seems to be doing okay. And you're just on the ironic moronic waiting for a new job because there's not enough iron ore. Alright. Ooh, are you able to empty? Oh, okay, good. Oh, we can get that thing built as well. Ooh. Just and just. So we got her done. We pause again, delete, control. There. So now the crossing is here. Which means we can then expand on this. And we would have 1 copper and then the water. And considering our roads, we could even have 2 water pumps stations. And then all of these would be for the ore, pretty much still for now. Right. So a lot of these are digging and delivering all the way from here to here, which is less than ideal right now because, you know, wastes manpower. All the dirt going here is acceptable. Iron, copper, and dirt. There you go. Magic that thing into existence. Alright. So I think we would then want a leave train stations. Love it. Nice. Not losing a pulse when disease procs anymore. I've gotten so used to losing 10% every time. Nice. I can't wait to get some nice medical attention to my folks as well. One of these days I might get there. So we'd have you there, I think. Then the loose U-shaped McLifts. Conveyor. Okay, I didn't mean to build that one, but fine. Nothing signed, it's just a storage or something. There you go. And he has a priority out. There you go. Filling up all nice and quick like. Iron plates are still not being produced fast enough. So still actually gonna do it this way. So if you have a priority out on the iron side, and whatever you can't shove into the iron plates, then that gets turned into steel, because we are making more steel than we're using. Including and then we go here to have a look at this guy, and you mark for emptying. Actually, all of that for deleting. There you go. Get rid of all of it, and it will allow you for you to have imports. We need 16 of these. Well, this guy's just out of everything. Okay. These guys are full of brick, though. Yeah, definitely need some trains to deal with this. The trucks just aren't keeping up. And I guess we should have... Okay. And I really should start realizing that, okay, these things can do many things. So how do we balance things? Because one day we can have like a sorter feed into crushers, and then the crushers outputs go somewhere. On with the priority things, I guess. Okay, we have 180 Mark 3s, 26, 24 Mark 2s. Excellent, excellent. Now we can jump over here and swoosh it into existence. There. Now the trucks can maintain it, but these will now first try to fill here. If this can't be filled, then they fill this. Because we know we're going through a lot of these. And similarly, the copper is slowly but surely being dug out. Oh, are you done? You're done. What the frick? That can't be right. Oh, for just mining you are actually. Well, I don't know, just dig up, flatten out the mountain, I guess. You know, work. Work to be done. Well, you're not done. You're never done. You're not done until I say so, friend. And I didn't say so, now did I? And you are full of dirt, rock, and coal. And, right, the coal isn't being kind of dumped fast. No, but you know, it's fine, it's fine. It's a good problem to have. For now. You're full of coal, which means you will keep running, and this guy's full of coal. So the coal trains have, in fact, gotten a lot of the, the hard work done. These guys be digging. We could flatten out that for more rock. We're not asking you to... Oh. We can finally make some happy goods for the folks. I'd like stop your imports. And... assign you like 6 cars. I kind of want to see where will you go. There's bigger places we need these rocks to be dumped. And I'd love it if you guys dumped it where they need to be dumped. Like that, exactly. Thank you. There's terraforming that needs doing. Including here. Nothing needs to go. There we go. Now iron has 2 degrees. I'm kind of thinking if it would be a good idea to like block this part off for cars, so then they'd only come in from here. But then they'd go a long way around to get here. But yeah. It seems like they'd kind of get it done. Good morning, thank you, Stockholm. Hope you're doing well. Realize if you dumped salt in the ocean, you'd get a pile. A salt island. Nah, the ship, the fish might not like that though. They might have to, file a complaint about aggravated assault in their ocean. An old simulation chem can get perfect fidelity. Still funny. Yeah. I'm assuming you also get a pile with the sulfur. Alright, so that spinny is working, and you're coming here to pick up the slag. Which means... okay. So you'll be coal. Then we would have two water. You copied. Then we can get rid of this one. Check our Santa's favorite. Still has Coprina Smelterina, ore sorting, Santa's workshop, slag departures. There we go. Now considering this, right. Where's the transport? Fluid, pipe, no. 3. I don't think we consume more than 200 units of water anyway, so it'll be fine. And that looks beautiful. Hey, there goes Amir, and thank you for that senior squat. What? Hello there, friend. Now you will not intake water because we can't flip these things, can we? They have a dedicated inside import and outport. Okay, we lose a few bits to make it work. Not impossible. Okay, yeah, the Mark IIs are the only real sort of problem we'd have at this point. And you're here to, yeah, unload the water. Good. And everyone should be able to fit easy as pie. Ah, and of course, the water train. Need that station re-added. A 65 seam streak. God, hot ticket dog. Nice. Well done, Tube of Games. And thank you. I appreciate it. Finger slip, but hello. Love. Hey, thank you, Elizabeth. Hey, I appreciate the squats. I need to get more exercise, and this is as good a motivation as any, you know, to do it, you know, as the dancing monkey on the stage. There's worse ways for it. Okay. Desalination issue can wait. The deforesting is... Okay, now this is balancing out a bit more, but yeah, we definitely need more planting ones. Have we made them? Yes. And one of you can now be assigned back here. Or maybe not. But does it have like any information like how efficient these buggers are? So 12 years makes 20 logs per tree. 12 years. 0.1387 logs per tree. Now we've got like one single harvester here, so dedicated to this place. And he's got 3 trucks. I think 2 will be more than enough. And the planters are more efficient now simply by having a warehouse slightly closer. There's no more pickups left that are like, you know, unassigned at least. And the sapling farming is being kind of maintained. This one takes 2 months. Okay, so that's a good solution. You are full of spuds because we're not getting rid of enough Wheaties. Thou shalt not be boosted anymore. And there we go. Double the speed on the science because the science is working again, which is fantastic. We have some unemployment and we have a sulfur problem. These are still working. You're all sort of mostly working. Because, oh. You're slowing down because there's too much diesel. I'd say that's a good problem to have. But I can't just dump all the sulfur. And we're going through ammonia at a strange speed. Because in theory we should be making... That was a 36. We were making 18 plus 18 is... 18 times 3. Yeah, 218 is 36. So 1.5 of these. So we're making 9 plus 4.5, so 13.5. So even at full speed, though. Oh, you've been boosted, that's why. That would explain that one. Okay. In other words, no issue, I was just confused as usual. And this one is making a decent amount of biodiesel to the point that actually, because we need the ethanol for other things, I'm going to pause you for a while. Just that should build up. Huh. Again, good problem to have. Things are working out. These guys are just... What? I think we can extend the radius twice. There we go. This one is doing okay. That is growing. So yeah, this will be the carbon dioxide dumping zone. See about bringing like that train right next to it. I wonder if the height would be just right to have like an elevated train sort of like just drive onto flat here. Dump off the carbon dioxide. Pump up the ocean water, and then we just pump it in. Then we shove it into the ground, and we never talk of it again. As is only right. And we're actually hecking running low on the freaking limestone. Now that's unexpected. Flattening that out isn't quite that important, but what you can do is flatten this one out though. Oh cool, they got rid of the tiny pile of nonsense. And that's a lot of rock. But we're doing our best to dig it out. Need some more diggers, and there's diggers on this one. We're going through a lot of iron ore. Feels kind of funny. But, you know, it is what it is. Oh, were these left somehow? I'll let you keep on working there. And this one, feel like we can push the slope slightly further down. A bunch of iron ore here still, so that's good. Hey there, Hentai Senpai. You just keep digging, reading the ore. But that's... I've been doing that, Hanu. I've been, hey, doing good. See, we gotta dig the ore out of the ground, so we can put it in our, like, ore shelf, and then from the ore shelf we put it in the ore bucket, and from the ore bucket the train brings it to the other bucket, so we can crush it into even smaller, like, sandier ore. And thus all good things come to pass. Hey, they're finally bringing in the water. Now let's do magical deleters and ketas of this one, and $133 of those. We can empty you with magic. We'll remove that one with magic. C for copy. And we'll build this in with magic. And we'll do VP. Picking up that slag, as you should. I wish we could fit one of these here, but with the choices I've made, that won't work. We can at some point, maybe, if we remove the crusher from here. And have it be dedicated to where the ore is. That might be better, because we're actually making, you know, those... Oh, wait. I don't actually need to have a... My God. It's full of cars. You know, it's a shitty solution, but it'll kinda work, and hence, that's what we're gonna do for now. No upgrade. Magic build. These have an internal storage as well, just not very big, but they have one. Now the charcoal is empty. The coal is emptied faster. The water is emptied faster. We have an export here for sulfur and carbon dioxide eventually, but you know, we don't actually have any of that shit set up. And we need these Mark IIs to be able to do that, and to do all of that we need more iron plates. And actually just favoring this side, it's apparently balancing out the production for now, but as soon as there we go, instantly turns into red once, as soon as someone needs a tiny bit of plate. And it's a little less than. On steel though, we're at 1.2 thousand, so these have got to calm down, so we can do 2 trades. And we'll be making a profit. Because 100 to 200 is, you know, you get half. Which is the same ratio as you get from just making steel from the ore. So one of these can hold 240. Which then I'm assuming is quite as much as is in a wagon. If I pause and click that. Yeah. Very well. So now there should be more, because they can now fill up here with one big stop. There's a slightly faster curve. They don't have to go all the way around to get back here. Then we would like to have a slightly faster way for them to get back here as well, but I don't want to add too many shortcuts, because I'm still very much gonna like redesign the entire bastard at some point. For now though, curse you, consequence of my actions, curse you, the cry of every factory player ever. Yeah, exactly. My game's on one of those super massive islands that got crap tons of ore like literal mountains. The rate I'm mining through it is insane. It was a hard time switching from trucks to mainly rail. One storage of iron with like 40 silos. Didn't look at it for 10 minutes. All gone. Yeah. And that's why I decided to use the stackers for making the piles, because I realized they are a better long-term solution than the silos. The silos are limited, and these things can essentially keep on building more of themselves, which is why using like rock is then being delivered by a truck here. Speaking of, we could probably do that now again. Oh wait, no. We had a reason for stopping that because we need to do some terraforming. And if we do... someone can bring some rocks here, that's fine. And we need to mine into more of this, but eventually this is going to run out. And that's also one of the reasons why we're not going to expand our rock and slag island here, because I was thinking of adding a... because I have access to a coal mine out here. And it's not that much coal, but it's still something. It'll be a constant one. So we need a proper logistics center dedicated for dealing with the coal. And these are handy because you start with one and then it can extend itself, and then you mine stuff out, and then it'll, this can go retract back here to start filling from here again, and so on. So these are very handy for having piles of dirt, your piles of rock. There's still some design choices that I made here that could have been like, they need even more space than I gave them, to be honest. But I feel like one could do some funny shenanigans with all of this. And here we'll have bauxite, and then there's more iron to be had here. I think that's all iron. That's a small but intense iron mine as well. But yeah, stackers are game changer. They are. Yeah, the stackers are freaking cool. Yeah, it took me too long to realize the usefulness of the basic stacker, just having one small pile. But those automated extending ones are just so cool. Really handy for your massive terraforming, because you can sort of automate it. Having just trucks dump stuff off in a container, link it to. I could have now linked one of these directly into the sorting one. I built one giant sorter station because I thought like, hey, cool, just long-term storage, and it's all kind of working. And yeah, now they dig. So this is like a pile I made with the basic stacker. And then on top of that, I eventually built one of these, I think. No, this is still like leftovers from like a basic stacker or two. And I'm going to have to then get rid of all of this eventually. Especially now that the place is actually making use of it. Okay, so 2 trucks after each other. That thing is... okay, all of this, just moving them so that it's faster to drop off and faster to pick up, is making it so that they can almost keep running at all times. And balancing it to favor the iron plate production seems to be keeping that number high, which is very good. Our bricks are okay, number 2s are kind of happening. Can I build this thing now? No, I need 80. Now the problem is all my number 2s are getting stolen for the number 3 factory, which means... oh, well that's actually an easy solution, isn't it? You see, we have these guys here. And what if I just have a splitter? So half the output goes to here, half the output goes somewhere else. You're full of electronics, because our electronics factory is small. But now that they have access to all the fucking copper, because the copper stuff started working magnificently, even though these haven't been upgraded. And we have constant production of we've been burning through sulfur to make rubber using the ethanol, so we save up on diesel on that one. So these are just slowly but surely making electronics because they aren't used by that many things. But also these massive big storage units, freaking amazing. So I was thinking about maybe making more ethanol so I can make more rubber, but we don't have any good exports for the rubber. I keep on saying, and I say it again, I love the fact of the limitation that there's no money in this game. I can't just make endless rubber and then sell it. Because that changes how you play a game, right? Because if you have a money unit, thanks for the Lurks Escapes, Akira. Hope the escaping is going well. For those who don't know, I think the microscape command should work now, where it'll give you a link like, hey, if you want to join us in an idle game we play on the side here called Microscape. My dude is now apparently clearing out the loot. I've been on a multi-day because I went big fishing. So I got thousands of salmon, and I cooked it all, and then I just had my dude fighting. And now I've got my defense went over 40, so now I've got adamant armor and stuff. And now I'm just murdering low-level enemies I haven't really fought just because I want their rare drops pretty much. And the thing is, to play the game, you need a sort of time resource, and you get that by being active, watching streams and being active. But you don't have to chat if you don't want to. Then all the people usually have a command like the lurking and escaping one, where to say, I'm just here to lurk to get my activity points, so you don't have to directly be active. And I think that's kind of neat. Works well. Now this one, my god, vehicle parts 2 is full. Oh my. Oh my indeed. That means we can do more trains. And this thing is full of coal. I'm thinking, should I add a third train to the iron line? Because they have 2 places where they can refuel now. We have a singular one. The ship modifications are complete. Oh, dude. Now that looks like a proper warship. I like the big chain, for the anchor. Proper iron metal plating and the lights. Let's go murder someone. It is only correct. Now our crew needs are much higher, so it's gonna be some unhappiness. But now with the extra added. Okay, this is one of the things, yeah. There's some UI. The game is fantastic, but there's some UI problems. One is, for example, where do I find all the details on my ship? I have to go all the way to the ship as a designer to see things like my battle score, fuel tank information, radar range, all of that. I should, in my opinion, be able to click the boat and see the boat's stats. This makes sense. This is logical for me. Having it in the ship designer is important because that is when we can upgrade and change things. Increases the speed and range of the ship, and the bridge 2 gives advanced radar capabilities, which is not explained in any way. Just radar range 1, and having played board games, I'm assuming that means I will now, if I get a boat here, I can see what's in these locations. Board game logic. We explored here. Let's go check out this place, for example. Okay, the smokestacks look funny as well. The way they're really close, but just stick out a little back a bit. And the fact that they're already burnt a little black, as is only right. We got armor plating and the guns. Yeah, the front and the back guns. It is faster. Nice. Not enough workers. Oh no! Well, we don't have enough homes either. So if we check out our research tree, we can find from here what we're doing here. The housing 3 would be kind of important. We're going through recycling edict 1, so we can get to settlement recycling. We've done the household goods, which unlocked household good consumption increased by 20, unity giving effort increased by 15%. Oh, we can make people extra demanding by, I'm guessing, advertising campaigns. Household goods module. Provide household goods to the attached settlement, which generate extra unity. And then assembly 2. Okay, from assembly 2 forward, you can now make using glass, steel, and wood. Household goods are the sweet, sweet rocking chairs. We've been working towards rocking chairs for a while now. I think housing 3, a square with a column, square with a light. I don't want to build new housing blocks until we can get access to these squares. So all these sexy things like NAFTA processing is gonna have to wait, and we add housing. But we're gonna have to go through recycling first because it's kind of important. The rotary kiln using gas would be super good, but I'm not gonna redesign my cement and brick factory just yet. So we wait for that to happen. We mark here, large tree harvester, hydrogen-powered tree planter, the hydrogen cargo ship. We'll add that to the queue. Was there anything else we really wanted in between here? Gold smelting. It's not something we need now. Change number 2, steam locomotive 2. The hopper wagon 2 can hold 480 units. Ooh. Well, add that to the queue. And then incineration plant. We already had the wastewater treatment, but not the incineration plant. That means all that other things we'll have to remove from queue one more time. Including trains. Really sorry about that. Because we need, we are at the point where we just need more people. Which means we need to deal with their waste. They need better homes. And we need to be able to recycle their crap. And then we go back to the path into hydrogen cells. Plastic and all. Plastic, fantastic, which leads to snacks. And also hospitals. Well, that'll happen after hydrogen cells. Fantastic. The path forward is clear. Are to close to nuclear? I don't know. Yes, agreed. The game's usually brilliant, which makes the maddening rough edges stand out all the more. That is very true. That's very true. I don't think... this is my very first run of the game, ever. So, I don't know. I haven't really looked too close. Oh, sorry. The frick did I do? Oh, there we go. Game can keep running. Nothing is directly running out. We need to fire some folks. And it'll be you guys. Might as well be you as well. In fact, what we need to do... Alright, keep 50. Get rid of all of that. 26. Too many still. Singular factory maintaining all of that. You're maintaining all of that. You have 2 of these. Feeding into too many of these. There you go. The employment imbalance fixed. And the research is also happening nicely and smoothly and constantly. Reducing the... Okay, cool. So now I think we're at a mostly stable situation. Now, apart from the sulfur issue. Oh no, the output is full now. Well, the stupid solution is this. And I could do it like immediately. We don't have an infinite source of limestone, so I don't want to really go too crazy with turning it like directly into slag. We can make acid easy enough. Okay, and it's building up because we're using it in small amounts. We're making fertilizer 1. If nothing else, then the minimum of 30 per round, pretty much. Which needs that ammonia, which we don't have. We can magic that thing into existence. Now, can I pause a pipe? Apparently I can. Good. You need that ammonia. And the other place is pretty much our only source of ammonia. Dedicate a couple of trucks to just bring more sulfur here. Then those Mark II should hopefully hit higher levels soon. Alright, now so we need to just get all that rolling. So in that case, yeah, we'll do the dumb solution. Because that'll allow for these to actually run and function, allowing these to make the ammonia that we need to keep the other things running. Which also means that you do in fact, have a dedicated truck who's just doing fuck all. Damn new truck, damn new. Now we have, you consume 6 sulfur and you consume 12. We're producing 13.5 in theory and 18 units of sulfur, so that's still not enough. Wait, 18. And you go through 6, meaning we're left with 12. You go through a theoretical 1.5, so that doesn't really affect anything. Hornsby Corning. Their ship is in battle. The ship is combating the cruiser. They got 3 guns. Am I not seeing the... Ooh, are they like not showing the direct combat like power anymore? That's cool. And I think we're gonna lose this one. Yeah, that is being lost. Okay, I like this sort of auto-battling mechanic here, but it is very obvious that in an auto-battling thing, there should be some sort of like randomness happening. Because instead, it looks like this one just has, set damage and all, which makes this feel a little superfluous. But it is neat, though. It is neat. So it does serve that purpose. It has, like, if nothing else, a narrative weight to it. Randomly doing a squat. What? Thank you. It's a good one, because I end up doing like semi-fast, so I end up doing like better squats than if I do it one at a time, because the body weight helped me like sort of force keep to the what's the word now? Keep my heels on the ground. End up doing like kind of shitty but kind of better form in an odd way. Now you seem to be having a wee bit of a bad time. So how do we help you out? Well, the answer is simple. We dig out more of this. There you go. And Diggy Boy can't keep digging, and apparently no one's bringing any dirt. One of these days they might. But apparently today is not that day. That's working out quite well. And the thing is, we then would want... I mean, they're digging out like pure limestone here, so at some point we don't want this one. We also then have a priority thingy. Heck, we can attach it already here. Then one output just goes one step down, goes below here pretty much. And continues there. Hey, the recycling indeed got done. Our maintenance, we remains at like 97, 96%. Yeah, we keep on lacking those manufacturing number 2s. Because lacking the logs and the bricks. We'll raise the importance. What if we keep both of you a truck? Because we're maintaining this one. See, this side is just making enough to make sure we have number 1s. All the numbers 1s from here are supposed to be fed into here, but they not really being made. Steel production is nice and strong. Iron plates are actually doing a lot better now. Because of, yes, the magic of the semi-sensible train lines. So thanks to this, you have the water, you have limestone, and iron ore is being drained sort of acceptably. Well, it ain't perfect, but it's kind of working. And that's the important part. Next, this way, the inputs here are always full, and then these get filled. Because with the output, though, they should all be able to run at 100% speed, including the oxygen usage and everything else. Now we just need large amounts of these number 2, so we can get the exhaust scrubber to work as well. And then we'll need more places that I can somehow deal with the wonders. Oh, why wouldn't you should have been on auto repair? Yeah, all of that should be you can actually afford easy enough. And whenever you'll make these iron plates, they get shipped out almost instantly. Right. Water resources getting low. It's okay. Water trains are helping out. Now this output is closed. Pretty much. So now the fertilizer being sent here instead and being consumed to make the fertilizer 2, and the fertilizer 2 is then pumped into these and these. And that would probably help. Now they're actually getting some fertilizer. And I need a much better fertilizer plant. Ooh, the organic fertilizer is growing in number. The ammonia is doing okay. Upgrade all those pipes to Mark IIs. Straight to Mark III, in fact. And you are getting the other half of that oxygen to just crack the part gas made from here. Excellent. Sulfur is a crazy resource. When you first unlock it, every fragment is precious, but very quickly it gets to where the freighters can't take it away fast enough. Yep. Hey there, Joshua. Been a while. Whoa, we are the cyberpunk and need the modern capitalism. Yep. And it is a sort of interesting post-apocalyptic modern industrialism. Yeah, working as resources. Yeah, I'd say this is a good sort of continuation of working as resources, with more sort of gamified fun times, where working as resources is more super cool, really in-depth, hardcore simulation, I'd say. Import high. Truck should be able to make it, yeah. Iron ore, the big pile here, is also slowly but surely running out. To the point where actually we should probably slow you all down a wee bit. Wait, not rock in this. Actually, we want the... extra trucks for dirt removal. Rock removal is doing just fine because we're dumping it here to even this one out. You're doing just fine here as well. You don't need 3 trucks. 2 will be more than enough. We'll keep on exporting dirt Although we'll put this importance now to 5. If everyone else has dirt, then you can import dirt. Because we're trading dirt for stuff. For the gas. So, yeah. And we can use the sulfur to make more better. Magic that motherfucker into existence. Give you two dedicated trucks. Yeah, everyone is working making sure these two are filled. Excellent. Copper is being dealt with. Well, it's being dealt with. I'm thinking no, we're gonna have to like get rid of this facility. Probably sooner than later. Alright. Release the cars. We have a maximum of 170. We have 5 of these. But we don't have enough. Aggressive enough production. Of saplings. So if we gave you average production is 4.3 saplings per minute, and how efficient is a logging machine? Okay. Cool, but how many trees? The tree planter keeps on planting more trees. So hard to say really, like how are they all balancing out? The general large area for deforestation is doing okay, I'd say. Where are you? Maybe 4 trucks. Yeah, more coal in here, and then there's the iron mine here. And no one's just bringing any dirt here for some fucking reason. Alright. Time to look at our housing as our household goods module. It would be lovely, but we don't have any now, do we? Water extraction, we have the thermal desalinator, which is potentially neat. We want to get into that, but I think we'll have to have a closer look when we start seeing more about what we can do with hydrogen. settlement. Waste collection and biomass collection. Didn't I... Wastewater. Oh, right. Unlocked. Yeah, okay, yeah, this machine. Okay, so we can do wastewater, which is what we're producing from the housing, pretty much. Wood needed. Per 1000 kilo. Okay, so to do this, we're producing an X amount of sludge, wastewater. Every one of those needs 8 sand or filter media. Filter media would be better because we get more stuff back. Then we can either get slag if we use... Oh, okay. Oh, wait, no, that's for toxic slurry plus that. Plus brine. So toxic slurry would be a good place in the sense that in the same area we have like a desalination plant because that'll create a brine, and that way we can turn that brine into more water we can use, and then we have slag which we can use to build beautiful islands for more factorious industry. And that's through gold production, I think. Now filter media is gravel, sand or manufactured sand, and coal. So we can use manufactured sand to make bricks or filter media. We can use normal sand in a lot more. So it'll be a couple of more jobs, I guess. But I feel it might be better to do the manufactured sand. So we crush gravel and then we crush that gravel further into manufactured sand, and that is then dedicated for brick and media production. The sand is currently a bit more limited, and that way we can get rid of more rock. Yeah. Okay. So we get one giant crusher. Do 48 into 48. Which would in theory be enough for... You can also then now crush slag at some point. Okay, let's just say we do this thing. We do one machine makes same amount of gravel. Can't really balance everything because of how the outputs work. I was wondering if I could use one single crusher to make both the gravel and all the way to sand. I mean, I kinda could, but the problem is if any output gets fully filled, then the loose machine, then the output gets clogged. Because we can have two recipes, so both of the inputs be like fed in, and it'll do one recipe as long as it can. So, and I don't really think we have a logic system for detecting if something's full and turning stuff off, other than the balancer, which is a little tricky. Alright. But this way we would still do the filter media, and then the chlorine we need 16 units. One of these makes 12, so we need 2 machines. Or one machine and just normal sand. I think the filter media would, again, might be better. And we get water, which we can then pipe back into town and farming and so on, and sludge, which we can turn into compost. Ooh. And 36 units of sludge would make enough for 2 anaerobic ones. And then all that gas would be nice as well. Very sweet. Okay. I was kind of thinking of doing that one like here. And then we'll have a compost train or something eventually. Because that way we can flatten that out and then have some trucks start to flat out Trash Island. And then at some point it is about time, isn't it? Then the incineration plant will be relatively soon researched. Why haven't you delivered the electronics? There's more than enough. Oh, that's why there's always gravel here, because I got nowhere to like store gravel per se. So we can't teleport the materials here, but no one wants to bring them. Unload the crew. I was thinking we could send y'all out to adventure. What the freak is that? That's a green one. What's a green thing? Ooh. A bauxite quarry. Well, that's not very useful though. Neat, but not directly useful. Don't know what a green thing is. It's a little silly. So the radar shows that there's something here. That's all I'm assuming. And I guess we could send the ship out here to like then theoretically scout. Oh, just had ads. Okay. We're okay for a year and a half, and health is okay. Yeah. We can then start shipping these and dealing with them by a trash compactor. And if you can build large giant squares, I want to know how big the squares are. Like wastewater treatment. Water comes out, stuff goes in, as does the chlorine. We need the chlorine first. We could do the chlorine on site. Sorry. Which was under water extraction and processing. With an electrolyzer. Goes through 18 units of brine. Thermal desalinator. You do 12 units of chlorine. And what I want will need 16. And you need 18 units of brine. And we'd be... if we use steam... Oh, eventually you can use depleted steam for this? Oh, dang. Sorry. Oh, we can make our own brine. This one takes 400 kilowatts. This one only takes 250. And your basic distiller doesn't take electricity at all. Okay, so if we just do an evaporation pond that's heated, we pump in some seawater. That looks to be the faster way to do it. Now we need two outputs. So one of these would then be generating 48 units of brine, which is too much. We can make chlorine through here, or then titanium chloride and salt. Make a titanium sponge and chloride with titanium times. It's used in plenty of things eventually. But if we want to make a sort of closed loop for the waste treatment, then we'd have two. That is assuming. And two of these is 32. Yeah, 16 and 12, they don't really meet anywhere sensible unless in like crazy numbers. So in that way, it would be better to have an external site and then bring in chlorine. Because that's what I'm realizing. That's what this game wants you to do. Focus on good old, actual, proper infrastructure. Hey, our yellows are actually... There's 138 of them now. Okay. What is this? Looks like coal. Titanium, slag, chlorine, and graphite to make titanium, chloride, and slag and CO2. Ooh. Okay. That's assuming we get... Okay, all of this is actually sort of irrelevant, because all of this is assuming we get a full power of 160, which I don't know if we do. You see, if we go here, can I see here? What is your throughput? Of course you won't tell me. Why would they fucking tell me? How about you? Will you tell me how much people are actually shitting? Not like I need this information. There we go, 58. Okay, so that means one chlorine per producer will be more than enough. Means for the entire thing. Infrastructure in my logistics game? What is it? Humbug. And all that jazz. Alright. Well, that means we don't do any of that here. Because I realize, I mean, I am actually making a whole bunch of brine. I'm making so much brine and dumping it in the fucking ocean here. Because we're all full on salt. That also means we need to move... Oh, wait, no we don't. We'll just pump the brine from here into a chlorine factory. You know, I have you know, potential train stations nearby, so it's okay. Only for the beginning here, we'll be having to bring it in via other solutions. I'm humbugging so hard, I'm gonna get a hernia. I like that. Nice. That brings me joy. Okay, so that way we'll have one big old... one temp small time chlorine producer. That's all you do. You make chlorine. And then we ship it by truck for now, because... Yeah. All of that needs to be redone anyway. Has someone fixed the boat by now? They have! Fantastic. Let's load in the crew and send them out on another grand adventure full of murder and exploration. And that's coming together. Okay, because that is happening. That means this guy's working extra fast, so we can actually boost, yeah. And he'll be okay. Using the power of unity, we shall whoop their silly little bottoms until they learn their lesson and work harder. All that needs to go. What is this? A pickup? Or on my watch? And go back here. Oh, look at all that sweet, sweet chlorine. Then we clickety-clackety here, and we prioritize you as well. Only when this one can't get brine is when you're allowed to dump it. And these things are... Oh, still love that moving camera. Thank you for letting me know that that was an option. Say, feels good, man. Okay, so now we got some chlorine we can export from here. My train networks are just an absolute mess. But all of this is working now. Okay, so just ensuring a faster throughput seems to have helped quite a lot. Well, we have enough of those now, so now we can do a quick little fix.
Hello there.
Well, hello there, Black Man. Hope you're doing well, my good sir. Hope you're having a wonderful day, my friend. So then if we do this, and we magic that shit into existence. And if we have a balancer. There. There we go. So the idea was connect all of those there. Now we do have actually 4 inputs here. We could have tried to There we go. That's appropriately, pointlessly convoluted. I use magic to make it happen. Slag removal is Nice and slow and steady. Ore is being brought in. Coal is... I know everything else is pretty strong. There we go. So now there's 2,000 stored here. Then there'll be an extra 3,000 stored here. And then this thing just makes sure all of that keeps working. Non-hacking. Stop. All the trucks are angry. They're extremely busy. The Mark IIs are full. We could build more trucks, I guess. Five more. Which hopefully be able to afford the workers. In battle again? Oh, well, those guys are gonna go down. Yeah, they got 2 patrol ships, 1 gun each. Well, I got 2 guns and armor and stuff. They had pretty high health, though. Well, that's okay. Because when the first one goes down, our health will stop dropping quite as fast. Our glass situation needs to get remedied. Means there's 5. Lacking 5 workers. I'm about to lack a few more. Location explored. Our ship has discovered an oil rig. Found some loot. Electronics 2 and 3. Hooray. We can keep them in our magical pockets. Here we have good old just 1 ship with a battle score of 400. Easy enough. What is this thing? Groundwater well. Oh, we can start importing water. I'm digging it. Sailing to location 13. We don't need another oil rig just yet. You're an oil rig for making 60 per, and you're my oil rig for making 120. Right. And we'll give you an importance of 8. Waiting for the products, and we pause. And now we need to redo some piping here, which is we delete.
How do you catch a squirrel? Climb a tree and act like a nut.
I think you might be right. Nice one, Black Man. I do appreciate it. We pause, and we take out our fluids and our pipe B2s. Do we have... See if we have enough. We'll use magic to get rid of that thing. And there should be no more pipe connections that were left there. Excellent. Now, I have realized one small issue with my plan. First of all, you absolutely need people working here so you can actually... Okay, so that'll cut down on our pollution, at least for a little while. Ramp up a little bit of stuff here. It'll all be grand. It'll all be heckin' okay. Even have a pressure valve here. And I think we need to have a similar pressure valve actually set up for the waste input. It'll take a long time for the sulfur to fill up because... Yeah, but it'll, you know, but it will. It will. If I block you, I'm gonna magic that thing into existence because for some reason they didn't build that tiny corner there. There we go. So now there should be then waste gas going here as well. Fantastic. And we just need to... Now this is a good old pipe into grand old nowhere. And these are pipes full of CO2. Well, that's kind of important as well. Need to be able to get the exhaust out. There you go, friendo. Ooh. Now these are... Oh, cool. I didn't notice that they have little arrows, you know, going in and going out. That's actually very handy. Slag removal, CO2 is building up here. You'll have to figure them out eventually. A CO2 train? Never thought of that. I mean, some seems like the most sensible because we need to get the CO2 to here. To do the gas injection pumps, which want to be on top of limestone. So we're gonna have a train sort of bring the CO2 around here, which we then pump to up here, and then we have a seawater pump pumping down from here, because I do believe we have researched the tall seawater pump. The train is too high. Oh, there we go. See, because we can build it here, and we can pump from really high up. Then this one pumps in the seawater at 108. And you... Oh no, wait, that is less than 5 of these. Oh, 108. I have a secret. In thousands of hours, I never bothered with a gas injection pump. Yeah, I don't know, because it just looks weird. It seems like a way to, like, just, you know, make good old,
Noise.
noise. Make CO2 sort of non-issue. And yeah, would you look at that? So these are now Okay, I'll leave you with one singular truck to like even that stuff out. Just because I wanna. And after that, I'm gonna have to ask these. These buggers to then sort of start ignoring this area. We're taking out the dirt. Is anyone dumping it here where I've asked them to? Answer so far is no. And we've gotten distracted now so many times that the chlorine is slowly building. It would be nice if someone would actually turn up for work though. Boaty is back. Unload the crew. People are back to work. Yep, out of glass. There you go. Now everyone's back to work. As they should. Last mix is salt. So we can stretch our sand further if we also include some acid. Right now it's not an issue, but it will be an issue pretty obviously because eventually you'll run out of freaking. It's a limited resource. So that's an interesting take, an interesting situation I'm having here. Rocks to bring in. There we go. Make you all unemployed, as they should. And now it's all after the actual. There you go. Dig away, friendos. Things here are kind of working. Things here are kind of working. Let's do a couple of trades. Yeah, still need just more iron plates. Need more. For all of it. Every single thing. Where the creep towards everything being one is real. I laugh because I've lived it. That's very true. Yeah. It will always happen. Output is full. Right. Ah! Of course. Wonder why are they bringing that much, No. You're part of it. Okay. Guess we just need more water trains. I mark you for like replacement upgrades for when it's done. These things just aren't emptying out fast enough. You're bringing rock here. I'm not turn off imports for a little while because I do know you have places to dump that have not been fully dumped. And you're allowed slag and rock. This thing's full. Turn that one off. Would you please bring the dirt here? This would bring me joy. I didn't mean to go to the toilet now for ages, but I still haven't gotten anywhere. Ah. Okay, 61. Number 2s. Okay, now more water is being delivered. Yeah, all that had stopped because this one couldn't run because he couldn't get enough water. Double speed. Oh. Again, beautiful. Hmm. I would prioritize this machine. So when this setup is full, that's when you're allowed to pump more into here. Makes sense to me. Hotel still has 322 units, and this thing is now constantly running. Carbon dioxide train is growing. Okay. The guys are coming all the way here to pick up their freaking saplings, even though there's a dedicated truck who's supposed to be importing this shit, but just ain't. Is it because the ducks?
Hydration. Critical.
You're quite correct. Oh, thankfully, the coffee's gone. So time for a sip of the tea. Now, if I assign a truck, Ship cargo import only via the assigned routes. This can be set by default. This disabled cargo can be delivered from anywhere, meaning that import routes are ignored. Okay. Was there which truck groups can access the storage? I'm just marking it all as high. Keep empty if above 0. Nothing here marked for importing. remove the boost for a while. I guess 2 of these, as long as we have enough fertilizer, can actually feed into 3 of these. And these are now super fertilized. Although fertilizer too, we can aim for max fertilization, meaning they make so much corns and so much beans. The ethanol here is filling up nicely. There's even tofu stored up now. Which isn't being delivered because we have too many connections. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, okay. I can live with that. Okay, so now all the water here is being like super drained. Thanks to adding a bigger, badder, and better third train, pretty much. Well, that thing is being sort of maintained. Kind of could link this one back into here. And then have this as these two as the priority imports. No, because we want this one specifically to be the priority import. We'll be fine. Make sure this will just keep on recycling its own water. But that way, we'll make sure this one always has water. And if necessary, this one can get some. And upgrade that one to Mark III. That way maintaining that thing as full is easier. There we go. So now even if this one gets drained, you know, as long as there's water here, this one will also have water. So the waste is getting dealt with. There's more slag to export. The sulfur is growing slowly, steadily, where CO2 is getting pretty big. But eventually, this guy can take care of it. It's got 2 Mark IIIs going in, I think. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and of course, we need to deal with this one. Some strange leftover pipe. Try it again. One step to the front, then you go up. Okay, I've been idling enough, so now the number 2s are finally ramping up again. And we're having copper problems. Okay, there's some coal here. And there. Sorry, I'll be with you in just a sec. There. Even that shit out. I'll allow it. Because that way we can then build these walls further this way. Speaking of. Maybe not that far. So it'll add that much. There we go. Wow! You can take a hub with Isengard, very true. Oh, no need. Got a Windows XP Pentium. XP Pentium 4 build recently working. Has no PCIe slot, but it's badass. Pentium 4 650, 3.4 GHz in 2005. Plays that Peter Jackson's King Kong pretty good. A form of catharsis. Ooh, nice. Jackson, the guy did bad taste and Meet the Feebles. Yes, that guy. And Braindead. Landlord. Me always be the bad taste guy. I'm a Derek. Derek's don't run. Looking the Hobbit's Isengard. The King Kong game is good. I'd even recommend it to Son of Hondo. Just not on Nintendo DS. Game Boy Advance version if it's good. It's a Zelda clone. Okay. Hey there, Chaos Word. It's going. Slowly but surely it is going. Did I not use these magic points to force that into existence? We don't have bricks. What the freakity fricks? Why no brick? How dare you not brick? You're out of cement because all of these people have been fired. That's not a good enough excuse, though. Time to dedicate the truck. And, okay, the boat is ready. We don't have enough crew. All that is running. Not going through enough sulfur. We're exporting dirt again. Why are you like... I shall forbid your import. You got better places to put that dirt, like over here. Yeah, what can be dumped here? Dirt. Why you no dump dirt? I'm just guessing it's just a wee bit too far. These guys are all stuck because they're full of coal and there's no more, we don't have a large humongous coal storage. And these guys are drained of their sweet, sweet waters. And we're full of chlorine. So that's all happening. Means water situation is what it is. And that thing's just full to bursting of CO2, which is okay. This thing is being sort of slowly but surely maintained. Oh, that would probably explain why there's no Mark IIIs happening. There's no one actually making them. Not that we need them right now. What we need is... Those are doing strong. That one is building up. These are doing strong. Those are in acceptable state. I find that all acceptable. Turn you off. Well, recyclers are recycling. I kind of want to send them out on the boat on adventure. Uyuma! Dumping is the lowest priority thing a truck can do, by design. If there's a storage anywhere, they're always preferred. Okay, good to know. So filling out terrain by dumping. Okay, there you go. Now you're dumping it. Now you're thinking in dumps. So, 72. Anyone I can do a quick trade for 4 bricks? There we go. Magic that shit into existence. Now, once these guys have flattened this one out a little bit, then we can allow you to expand. Because copper is going to become a problem otherwise. Alright, now we have too many truck-based routes, so we need to design some more proper factories. And you've just built everything already. Wonderful. So the amphibious trucks and excavators, well, they can wait because we haven't really done anything to amphibious. You guys are just doing your best. And the IKEA pump is also just desperately just trying. Okay. So we can get double the water for triple the electricity. I'll allow it. Because we can take the hit for now. So these guys are not working at full speed because they were not getting full water inputs, so that'll help there. It's still only a bit of water, but it's a bit more than nothing. This means the water trucks can then truck the waters. Everything keeps running. Okay. Still haven't done anything about the waste, or the recycling, or any of the other things. But we'll get there. But for now, I do actually desperately need that toilet. I'm going to leave you all to enjoy the beauteous wonder of the iron factory. Look at that. The steel is actually kind of full. 3.7 thousand units. Nice. That's good for trading. But, so, BRB, quick toilet break. Oh, Yuma. Sorry, I don't understand. Oh, that's just like, oh, geez, oh, wow. But in like Finnish. Oh, Yuma. Oh, geez. Wow. Amazing. Anyway, yeah, Mario Gridla. No, it wasn't you. It was someone else, wasn't it? Oh, gosh, I moved the mouse. Sorry. Noni. There you go. Windows XP Pentium 4. Sounds cool. I don't know enough about computer buildings. I need to learn now. Because I need to build my own computer. Need an upgrade. Dual PC setup, here we go. Hopefully in the near future. Still asking around for people who actually know their shit for help. So, but we'll get there, slowly but surely. Oh yeah. Toilet break. Then the people get their toilet break. Just we do finally deal with their wastewater. There we go. Sorry to go well. What? So, what is my resource situation? Okay, I mucked about a bit, and everything is looking pretty heckin' grand. Oh, trucks are stuck. Why was this bit red? Very strange. These are 1, 2, 3, 4 wide, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. I'll keep these buggers busy. All right, come on. Actually, you'll be responsible for... No, wait. No, you won't. Yeah? Leave that there. No jobs. There we go. Keep on forgetting there's the empty mine So that's all working out. I guess now the water train needs more water. You'll be magically teleported because you're stuck. Could not store all potato after harvest. I'll assign you your very own exporter truck. Yeah, you have an importer is good. Oh, every now and then looks like that might be catching up. Guess I'll have to use this one. Man, there. Have a truck bring some from here. Yeah, we'll figure that one out eventually. And we've been boosting, no, paying some extra electricity to have this thing pump extra hard. And this guy is done. Not enough maintenance. What in the shit? Magic in the shit. Get double the maintenance. And someone is not collecting the trash. Alright, so that means we turn off these. And those. No, you turn off. Right. Now your export actually also should be very high. So I have to design a better flow. These. I know how sharp the line is between trucks can handle it and trucks can't handle it. Once you cross the line, man, it gets rough. Yeah. That it does. That it does. Now, I mean, while I was away, yes, the housing update got done. So if upgrade you. We need very large amounts of Mark IIIs, which you don't have. Because no one's actually making them. You can start importing some more. Same as you. Mark that for deletion. All of these inputs are full. This brings me joy. Why are you... No waiting bay available. Right, we made too many trains. No, we didn't. Oh, I haven't updated them all. Your waiting bays will be... all of those. Same as you. Okay, good. Fixed. Yeah. The iron plates are just not giving up no matter what. completely turn off steel production for a little while. And you can use the magic of boosting to make sure the flow of product keeps doing well. Boost you as well. So why are you trying to bring it here? There we go. Now you guys make some gas and make some compost. There we go. That'll hopefully help maintain tree production. And the brick makers should be grabbing the slag. There we go. Dedicated trucks all over the place. There we go. Maintenance is now maxed out again. Now just wait for this thing to kind of fill out. And these guys need their brickies. One last truck into there. This has almost all been cleared out. Let's allow these to come here and empty themselves out a bit. You got one. I don't think you need more than 2 trucks. And that'll be cleaned out. And you can get back to funny shenanigans over there. Look at them, they're finally filling up the space. Okay. And our copper why is our copper low? No one's emptying out your slag. Ooh, this guy's getting ready to expand. There you go. Trucks are allowed to grab from there as well. So, none of this is working. Right. So do it change into a thermal desalinator. And then you should be able to handle this thing's output sort of 1-to-1. Then you're outputting so 12 units of steam makes that much water, and you would produce 12 to 12. One of these produces enough medium steam to make what? Hey there, Cinnamon. Oh shit! Singular squats. Thanks to the squats. And yeah, hey there, Carpathize. Hope we're doing good. And welcome in, Raiders. Wow. Hey there, Cinnamon. And
Looking a
win.
little dry there.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Stop shrimping streamer, man. Time for a big stretch.
Hello there.
Hey there, Sinna. How you doing? How was Helldivers? Hey there, Just Beam. Hey there, Skoisa. Crunch. Twist bend. There we go. Oh, good. Finally up. A bug MOA. Nice. 6-9 Raiders. Nice. That was very true. Nice. So hey, welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello, those who don't know who I am. Hi, I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, amateur game developer at times, and lately on this just insane binge on factory and automation games. And right now, we are trying to figure out, well, all kinds of problems, and trying to turn them into less problematic. One is our using coal to burn desalinate, distill seawater into water and brine. Right. And yeah, because currently we're using coal to do that, and that makes a lot of problems. So instead, we're going to use an electric boiler. And apparently, these three would work in a flow. See, one of these would pump 108 units of seawater, which is enough when used with high-powered steam to make 78 units of water and 42 units of brine. And our electric boiler goes through 12 units of water to make 12 units of steam. So that one makes 12. This one makes 108. This one takes those two and makes 78 units of water. Which means we take that away from this 12. That'd be 60. So it producing that 66 units of water plus the brine. We done. Yeah. And then the excess brine will be pretty much just dumped into the ocean. Because we're making a bunch of salt with it. Wait, how much is a normal... like an unheated one? 4 employees, no power. Meh. Girly Master, hey, Lurkin escaping. Hope you're enjoying your escaping. Thank you for the Lurkin. Yeah, I haven't played it, Helldivers also in ages. Really need to get back to it some one of these days. But you know what? It's tricky. There's just, there's so much. There's only so much time and there's so many games. Alright. Yeah, and we're playing Captain of Industry, which is a colony management and factory management automation game, which has a wonderful detail in that it unlike many others of the genre, you really have to care about you can't just build more factories. Every factory needs workers, and the workers need housing, and they need food and things, and they have health. And if you have more factories, there's more pollution, people get sick, and they might not want to live here. So you have to manage your workforce. You can't just always build more factories. It's not like Satisfactory, for example, which I just recently played, where you then have it's all about throughput, infinite resources. Resources are limited, workers are limited, power is limited, and you can't. So you have to really think about the throughput of everything. Very neat. Counting the minutes until Abiotic DLC. Hey, nice. Killing your team with an accidental orbital strikes has never been as much fun as it is in Helldivers. 100% true. Yes. I see some of this. The train shaping stuff seemed cool. It is very cool. This was a mountain. These are my coal pits. They keep on digging, and this stuff gets delivered away. Now, it has mixed cargo, so it needs to go through sorting machines, but these are all full. So we have trucks full of stuff that are just waiting for the machines to empty out, but they can't really empty out because their outputs, which would be going here. Well, all the outputs are full. See, they're full of coal, they can't do anything with the coal. Everything is just full. Giant piles of rock here. Because I devised a sort of system of long-term storage in big piles. And then we hauling up a bunch of rock here to make a sort of even surface here. And actual dirt is also then being added here to make more sort of kind of farmland. So there's a base of just rock, and then we put a layer of dirt on top. And Trash Island is just my ocean-based landfill. Goes all the way down to the ocean floor. And it's all the trash coming from the people who live here. Really, really little shits. Get their job, melted around and find a full truck all day. Not in the ocean. I mean, we have to build Trash Island. We're not properly man-made. Then we put a little thin layer of soil on top so it looks all nice and green, but on the side, you know what it is. And then we'll build a settlement on top of it. And we shall call it Obensur. Now, there's no more free housing. I could build some, and I'm going to rather upgrade this thing instead and sort of see where it all goes. We need to make better recycling and systems, and we can build landmarks now. Oh, I mean better ones. A giant Captain of Industry sign. Oh, we already have the most important town, Hanno Town. Also the mayor's office, so it's Hanno Town. Hanno Town. And they work together. Hanno Town. Nice. We have been doing research. You're all out of glass again. I'm pretty sure we sent someone here. We actually told people to go to work again. Right, no one's getting rid of the slag, so that's why. Okay. Let's put some water, some glass here. Well, they'll get around to it. Yeah. So the complexity of everything has reached the point where. Yeah, I'm having some serious logistical problems constantly. It's unclear to me whose town this is. Perhaps the sign needs to be taller or larger. It might be eventually. Housing and services. We have household goods module. Housing level 3, which, okay, they can then have demand of the household goods. And the recyclables collection. Squares. So we can build a square. This is square light, and there's like giant benches. I mean, okay, yes, they're not that giant, but yeah, then there's benches. Square dark. Okay, yeah, it's the color of the concrete sort of beneath it. Square with column. Okay, now that's a winner. And someone should probably start making those household goods before the upgrades actually happen. So pause both of those. Actually cancel the upgrades. We'll upgrade them after we actually can make the household goods, because we have no factory making them. There's a lot of these little leftovers here and there doing all kinds of shit, but yeah. Everything's awkwardly spread out. That is probably one of the reasons I have such logistical problems. And yeah. We're making too much sulfur. And I'm considering just maybe we dump it in the ocean as well. Make a nice little sulfur island. Surely that won't have any negative repercussions ever. I don't see how it could. We should probably send our boat here to go do some battling. One ship with a battle score of 260, and our ship's battle score is 210. Okay, so we can't do that. We could send our ship to explore this way. I don't know what that green thing is. But it needs a crew of 60. And we only have 24 people sort of available. Actually, no, we can just... There we go. That'll free up a bunch of people. See, another 68 unemployed folks. Put them all on a boat. And we'll send them away. Islands of all time. Can you sell the sulfur? I mean, yeah... I might be, once if I find a trade partner. I like the fact that the game doesn't have any money. You can't just sell things for money. Because money is always, money is a measure of value. You can only barter and trade things with people. And different people have different needs and different amounts. Like we're sort of been trading here, selling just straight up dirt to import fuel gas. We can make our own fuel gas, and we can end up making a whole lot of fuel gas. And at this point, I think it's time to unassign this one from the contract. I said thank you very much. And I think this one is now... Yeah. Emptying the boat again. A truck is struggling to find a destination it can reach. You're trying to get to... Yeah. And this one is also slowly but surely becoming a problem. Otherwise, all of that is doing good. Iron plates are happening. These are like ghosts for blueprints, which we haven't really dealt with yet. That'll really be okay. I had to use a contract to trade the sulfur for coal. Look at me using capital. Oh, I wish I had a contract like that. I think Trash Island can take the people of Sulphur Sands. Now that sounds like a port resort. Exactly. A little sour at times. Everything in this game just band-aiding problems repeatedly. 100% specs, yes. 100%, yeah. Especially when it's like your first run and I keep on like building things like I come somewhere and then like not really realizing how big of a problem I'm creating with the experimenting and solution I'm sort of trying. The boat be exploring. Found some loot, electronics, hooray! And it's also a settlement. Quick trade offers. I can trade coal or some more sulfur, and I don't. Yeah, we don't need that. I could export slag and import sludge. Export slag and import waste. And sour water. Well, sour water is something we can do to make, sulfur and good old ammonia. So it's not the worst It's not the worst trade. We can do, and sludge can be turned into fuel gas and compost. So actually, that is not a bad trade at all. Actually, if we import their human waste that has been turned into sludge, that could be useful. And their actual trash waste is not anything useful. Actually, yeah, we can use it to burn into steam and then clean the exhaust. Yeah, I don't see a value for that one. Ooh, battle score 400 and a quartz mine. Well, we cannot make it there.
What will you play after Kauai?
Most likely Valheim. Because Valheim 1.0 is coming out, and it'll be then just... heck, you know, a whole lot of like Asheim. So that's the good stuff. Whoop. Thank you, Time Lord. I hadn't put up a counter for that yet, but I really should. I just got a mental image of the trash islandish infantry, and I shuddered with the fear of tetanus. Well, them having the tetanus and, you know, just lockjaw, I don't think they'll move too fast. You know, they might be doing their best, but, you know, it is what it is. An island's economy will be trash-based. If you're able to recycle waste, then importing waste might be good. That's very true, Carpethype, but that's why I like, see, this is very nice thing about the game. Because, and I look like, for example, at this storage. What's in here? There's salt. Then I right-click on the salt, and it immediately goes to the codex, which has the list of everything in the game. And then it shows me, how do I make salt? Well, I can use an evaporation pond, as, you know, what is that? Yeah, it's like drop-down menu, because it'll show me the most advanced version I can do, but I can use a normal evaporation pond, or a heated one that uses electricity. And then it also shows me every recipe that uses salt, including things I haven't unlocked yet, like, you know, how to deal with like nuclear waste and so on. And that way, when we looked at the waste, I go here, look at, here's possible contracts. We'll trade household appliances for copper ore, and so on. I look at the waste, I right click here, and then I go to the list here, and we see what will produce waste. Well, we can dig it out. The people will collect waste, or a shredder will turn pressed waste back into normal waste, whereas a compactor will turn waste into pressed waste. And here we see a couple of other recipes, which we're sort of working towards, which is the incineration plant, where we can then use fuel gas or straight up hydrogen and water to burn all that waste away, producing steam and exhaust. Now the steam is handy. We can use it to turn turbines and all kinds of thingies. And the raw exhaust, well, many things produce it, but what can it be used for? Well, we can then use add water and limestone and turn it into, you know, sulfur, carbon dioxide, steam, and slag. So that way I guess we could, you know, export the slag, import the waste, burn the waste, get a little bit of steam that way, get a tiny little bit more, I suppose we can clean up the exhaust from all of that, but it'll still cost us limestone, and it'll produce us sulfur, which is a bit of a problem, carbon dioxide, which we can vent into the atmosphere, but it's still a poison, or we can try to like shove it in the ground somehow and not worry about it too much. And oh, apparently, no, I see we go. And chemical plant level 2, at some point we can turn carbon dioxide straight into graphite, which is kind of neat. And that looks like more advanced solutions. Jaws locked in fear, exactly. Now, what you're doing here, aren't you supposed to be trapping birds? Oh, no. Yes. Yeah. So I like the access to everything recipe. Nothing is hidden from you. It just shows like, okay, eventually you can do stuff with carbon dioxide that might be useful, like turning hydrogen, carbon dioxide into ethanol and water. You see, that's handy. Right now there's not much I can do, but carbon dioxide produces less air pollution than straight up exhaust. We could look at air pollution. What produces air pollution? Oh, burning. You can burn a lot of things, including chickens and sludge. Most things can be burned for air pollution if you have no other way of getting rid of it. And that way we go here. And we see that 900 units of exhaust turns into 450 units of air pollution, whereas 900 units of carbon dioxide is only 225. So cleaning up the exhaust into carbon dioxide will end up with less pollution. The recipe goes 240 of that into 960, so the total number goes down per unit, and you get less pollution per unit. Delicious chicken sludge, also known as nuggies. Pass the barbecue sauce. I like me a good sludgination. This one, we can a uranium mine. I mean, we do have uranium on the island as well. So these mines you find on the... I like the game also has this other level. You start out with, you have island, you have boat, you have landed, you're desperately trying to survive. It is sort of like... I find sort of implied, I'd say, post-apocalyptic scenario here, kind of. And then there's this board gamey type, and where I assume all these locations are ultimately sort of randomized. You always have one sort of settlement you start with already knowing about, and you can do some like quick trade, where you use the unity power you get from happy people to make trades happen instantly. Or you can borrow things from them, and I haven't done a single loan yet, so I'm not sure how that works. And you can use magic to immediately adopt population. And then you explore and you find other settlements, and then you have to like donate resources to get to a better sort of understanding with them. Like this one sells cargo ships for construction parts in that sort of magic trade. But then they also have contracts where we can export copper ore to import iron ore, and iron into copper, or iron into bauxite, or iron into limestone, which would be handy. But I don't. That's a bad deal. I have better uses for that iron. So this is the one we've been trading for with dirt for fuel gas. But we're going to stop that, because now we have better uses for our dirt. We had a bit of a dirt problem. We traded it out for fuel gas, and now it's the other way around. I've discovered a coal mine, which will give us a small amount of coal. It has a limited amount. I think in like difficulty settings, you can change these, so these have an infinite amount. But with the standard settings that I have here, yeah, these are limited. Current estimation of 1,300 years. But we can upgrade the coal mine so that it can we can increase its production level. Good example is I have 2 oil rigs functioning. One of them is still at the basic level, but we can have a maximum of, was a modifier here for, apparently X times 2. Okay, oil rig number 2. Yeah, so we have an oil rig number 1. You could produce 30 per minute. At level 2, it does 60 per minute. My industry is consuming 180 per minute. So the first one has been upgraded to oil rig level 4, where I can ramp it up to 120. Which means it has to have more workers there, and it costs more maintenance to keep it all running. And now the reserves here will only... the estimate is for like less than 500 years left. So, things will run out eventually. And then for that, it's handy to have these trading partners, because they're kind of infinite. So if we can export gold for crude oil, for example, or even better, food packs. Because farming is an infinite resource. So we can farm, make food, export the food, import oil. And or ammonia, which would be handy actually. Right now we don't have enough ammonia, but I'm also pretty certain that eventually we're gonna have too much ammonia. Now these have a pause here. Like I have a sulfur mine that I found and I sort of fixed up, and then I had to pause the function because I realized I don't have a good use for sulfur. Then we have the coal mine. Now this one apparently is infinite. Okay, so oil and coal being fuels apparently are sort of finite. And then the other one I found here was quartz. Okay, but this one is infinite. Okay, it's also finite. So quartz is... So, yeah, sulfur is just like an FU mine. You can mine it forever. No one wants it. I mean, because it'll become a problem. I found a quartz mine, but I can't. There's nothing I can really do with quartz. Quartz can be dumped into the ocean or crushed into crushed quartz, and crushed quartz. Oh! I thought sand was finite. But we can import, so we can make our own sand using the power of quartz. The sand is useful for things like making glass, like here. We imported some acid here as well to make sure that we can actually stretch the sand slightly further. How to get more workers? Well, you have this little beacon you built here, and then it's currently paused. If I unpause it, then it's expecting 18 refugees in less than 26 months. So refugees arrive, then there's a sort of natural population growth depending on their health and so on. But because we've all maxed out, so none of this currently does, achieves nothing. And their people's sort of unity levels comes from having household goods, appliances, edicts, health, electricity, water, food. In the beginning, you don't have, and they need food to be happy. The better your living conditions become, the more needy they become. So then they wanted things like running water and electricity, all that nonsense. And then it costs that unity to maintain things like the oil rigs. And also a contract cost, and the beacon has a cost. And right now I would like to upgrade these to the next level so they can fit more people. I could have, of course, build a larger city, which I will. This is not this is an unnatural coastline. In case someone is wondering, how does? You bastards! No. Why? Do not dump the dirt in the ocean. Rock goes in the ocean, then the dirt goes on top. You can't trust these shits. I think the natural coastline would be more like that. I'm just been dumping a rock here, so now I'm a layer of dirt on top so I can build more farms here. Oh no, we have made too much corn. So we're trying to turn that corn into a corn slurry. We click on boost so we can use a unity power so they'll work at double speed. Has anyone been No, of course not. Okay, someone is finally bringing some corn here as well. The people would like to have tofu and corn. We're making the tofu here as well, but okay, they're mostly exported. We're making ethanol to make biodiesel, but that's all paused because we're also using the ethanol to make rubber. Daddy worker and mommy worker get busy. It's very true. They rub together on their own and make more. Or you can pay to adopt some from other towns, or you can just turn on the beacon to generate somebody. Calling out to all them refugees like, hey, come here, bro. Trust me, it'll be amazing. Just come here. Come live in my weird ass colony. Yeah, this here. Okay, mine too close to here. That thing's gonna collapse and destroy the rail lines, but No. It sounds like a then problem. Not a now problem. What was the now problem? The now problem was the fact that our water exporting trains here don't have any water left. Our slag dropper can't drop the slag. We're going to use this magic button. So we can pay Unity to sort of like magically transport raw materials from storage to where they need to be built. Otherwise the truck needs to, go pick it up and bring it over. So we were looking at this thing. And I was thinking I would like to have 2 of these. So if we look at that one, press C to copy. I love the fact that you can rotate your buildings, but you can also flip them. So then we'd have seawater goes in, seawater goes in. The brine goes out, the water goes out. Water would then have to go through a balancing system. They don't like being directly linked. See, those pipe number 1s, because these are consuming a grand total of 24 water, and then number 1 pipe can carry 60. But they also have a tendency to die of communicable disease at inconvenient times. If they don't have the varied diets, clean water, or if they have trash or poop in their homes, or sometimes there's just a wave of disease. I assume it's from eating lettuce. A variable could be. That's why you gotta make your own lettuce, not import it. Now these would then be producing 12 units of steam per minute. These would be consuming 12 units of steam per minute, so it's 1 to 1. Yes, either we do it this way, or could we have fit... No.
Hydration. Critical.
Thank you, Sam, anyway, for the hydrate. Yeah, it's good time. Let's finish this.
It's all coming together.
We don't have a way to store the... Okay, so we'd have to actually think about this a little differently. And you can easily elevate it to a new level like this. The pipe connectors don't like existing unless they have, they sort of make sense. Whenever you place one down, then they can keep on trying to delete themselves. So now we're connecting 2 pipes into one, and your outputs would be at 78 and 42, so the maximum would be more than a Mark 1, so yeah. Then the brine goes out, and the brine goes where... Well, we have a setup already. We're turning brine into salt and into chlorine, and if those are full, we dump it back in the ocean. Now, we actually want the water to be going out from here, which also then above 60, so yeah, a Mark II pipe makes sense. We don't actually want it to be... Yeah, we don't want it to be going like this, because we want a buffer that's... Also, trucks can deliver water too, pretty much. So these one won't run unless they have water. Now these one can't make steam unless they already have water. And these can't make water unless they get steam. And I haven't researched the thing necessary to we can't put like a fluid storage can't hold steam. It can hold gases and things, but not steam. So that way we want a buffer here where these feed into this buffer, because that way trucks can like bring in the starting water pretty much. We can make sure this one never sort of like runs out too low by having a sign that has water, and trucks keep full if under 50. Okay, there you go. Give it a nice high importance of 3. Actually, that should probably be, yeah. I need to like figure out properly like a hierarchy importance system, and that way there should be enough. Just a little bit of water. Make sure there's always a little bit so this thing can kickstart it all into action. Higher tier pipe can hold more fluid per length than lower tier pipe, so I'll often oversize my steam pipes to buy myself a little buffer. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, so they similar to like stationeers in the sense that, yeah, the pipes would be an inline, a tank essentially, the pipes and tanks both hold the resource. I like that. So this way, we want the water to be going into here. And could I sort of like get it in a sort of nice and aesthetic way? Well, yeah, but it would be there, I guess. Nice sort of continuous flow. I'll put you there for now. I love the fact that, yeah, you can just mouse over things and press X to cut. Press Del to go to the delete everything. And it always assumes that the correct kind of like linking tool, or like a pipe or a belt and so on, when you mouse over an import or an export. Opening. There we go. So they're uneven in length, so even if we have 2, it'll be like that. That'll be fine. The good thing is, because if we do this, we could technically build this and then turn it into like a blueprint. And I think I would prefer a safety buffer here as well. So these will need 2 seawater pumps, and they will both be pumping into this here container, and then this one will be feeding both of these. And we're mostly using Mark II pipes for most things. Okay, input is more, again, above 60, so it'll be fine. And here we could use Buffalopolis idea and have the steam outputs be Mark III, pretty much. So the biggest pipe we can make. And I think, because you can't put things like the balancers right onto attaching points, but pipe connectors themselves, though, they work just fine. Now the pipe, so that way steam goes in, and then from here it goes there and there. Yeah. And this way, maybe we should have this thing facing that way. I like things just being slightly more square. Actually, considering that, maybe. Okay, first of all, get rid of that. Keep on forgetting that's the thing I can do. And if you mouse over a thing, you click X, you cut it. If you mouse sort of like free here, then it has a cutting tool and you can like just space over things. So this way we can have the pipe the outputs like that. And it'll automatically just go over. Yeah, we have nice 3-dimensionality in this game. Quite enjoy it. And that way the water could go through here. And if we're gonna use a balancer anyway, then we don't need to have that one, because the balancer has multiple outputs. Whoop. We can even do it that way. Now I have a theoretical output from this direction of 400. Considering that, we should actually decide to upgrade those two. So you have a theoretical maximum output now of 900. The junctions don't care. They have, I think, an infinite throughput. The brine goes somewhere. And yeah, might as well use a pipe. A pipe 3 here. Because your output is, I mean, yeah, Mark II would be more than enough. Actually, no, it wouldn't, because if they combine their powers, that is... Actually, no, yeah, there we go. Yeah, 78. Well, 78 is still less than 200. But I'm going to use Mark III, because I can. Now it's more square-like, and... yeah. And the brine goes somewhere. Well, like I said, we already have a sort of brine solution existence. And then the water gets linked to whatever external things we got going on. Freaking fan-heckin-tastic. And we kind of want this here. So build you there, and the brine needs to just connect with that blended thingy there. Okay, so if I do this and I click, okay, I'm holding down the middle mouse button, and that way, I mean, like, really wondering, like, how could I hold that blueprint in place and still be able to look at it from different directions? Because sometimes it's annoying. You know, when I move around, I want to see what, like, you know, I'm trying to like make a certain like connection happen in like the top left here. So I want that connection there to happen sort of naturally. And I can't see what's happening on the lower half of the map, but apparently if I hold down my middle mouse button, I can use the WASD to move the map, move the camera, and the blueprint stays where it is. This makes, especially with larger blueprints, larger sort of like setups like this, copy pasting them a lot easier. Okay, but I'm gonna leave the ghost there, and then we push the del button to delete, and we're gonna lose some resources because on base settings you don't get everything back when you break things down. You only get some of it. We'll go do that. And I hold down control. And I like use Unity magic to make sure we don't need to wait for the trucks to come here and pick up stuff. You see, control has the Unity symbol here, so that makes things happen instantly. And shift, for example, highlights the entire sort of belt or pipe in this situation. So we'll do this and control. And now it should be like insta deleted. I'm gonna open the window. It's getting a little stuffy in here. Apparently the sun is bright as hell. Shit. Okay. Game is paused. I mean, like, no. Alright. So if we copy, then we also bring in the concrete flooring, and I don't want that one just now, but I'm going to copy it as is first, so we can sort of see how would I fit this into here. Yeah, so the water needs to connect to that pipe in the air there, and the brine needs to connect to the lower mixer there, and then I want one more water seawater pump. And in top here we can see I need 204 of tier 2 materials, which I do not have. So this is gonna This is gonna suck. Maybe we shouldn't have deleted everything all that quickly. Hey there, Doggo. Zelda has joined me. And is most likely here to be sort of like passive aggressively wanting attention. It's what she does. Love her to bits, but she can be a silly doggo sometimes. So if we put this one here. On there. Because we can't go here, because look at that, it's inside the terrain, and we can't do that. And if we look at, yeah, so it'll have to be like one step further higher up than the current tank. I think that should work, even though part of that is... No. Because then we need one more of these. Which would apparently work there. Use control to like immediately destroy that thing. I'm hoping to then have the pipe, this here pipe, scoodly poop and stuff in there. Now this is the water, and the water needs to connect to here. We'll use a Mark III pipe because we can. And then I press I to upgrade. Hey there, Aquanaton. Yeah, we hope you're doing well. 75 stream streak. Holy shit. Thank you, everyone. It's always lovely to see people having these like giant streaks. You know, it's fun to be as a viewer to get those streaks. I'm like, yeah, nice. I made it to all the streams. At least for a little while, but I made it. And then, as a streamer now, I gotta say, it feels good. I like that the game that Twitch has this system. Okay, we need Mark. How much brine were you creating? 80 somethings. Okay, so we can still use a Mark 1 pipe and it'll just work. It'll just... Well, it'll not work. Is what it is. Okay, we'll bring this over here with Mark 2. See here, especially when you're pulling pipes and things, because I want to see like where is the automatic pipe like doing it. And apparently, if I hold down with the middle mouse button, I can do scroll around like this. Oh fudge! Then I click the button. Oh yeah. Now this would be then producing 2 of this, so 70, 80, 156 units of water. Oh, we'll see how that works. Now all this being grayed out means that they've been actually paused. So if I press B, I can then just pull over here and like unpause. So now they're blue, which means they're being built. But I have a whole bunch of Unity points, and I'm not gonna, and I haven't been using them enough. So I press U and then mouse over this, and then we magically teleport a whole bunch of raw materials here, which all got spent, and the tier 2s are no sad. Holy shit! Nice. I have yet to play this game, but it looks okay enough for me to try. Hey, well, Joshua, I'm really enjoying it. It is, technically it's still an EA, but it's very much one of those EA games where it's, it all kind of works already. It's like Satisfactory was an EA game for a long time. I'm gonna push that button to get that thing built immediately. And this one still requires 4 more tier 2s to hit 50. I pause to make sure no other truck goes and steals it. And then I push the pause button so I can actually turn you off for a little while so this thing will drain. Then that one. that one can remain as a ghost for a little while. Can it though? Yeah, it needs another 50. We have 10. And when... Okay. We got everything built. Everything should work just freaking beautifully as long as this thing gets that starting water. And we can't really get it in here unless we, someone brings it. So I'm going to assign a truck. And actually this thing should probably, like I said, have an import level of 1 because it's one of those, like, if water ever goes below this point, someone needs to make sure there must always be water here because the whole setup stops working if they can't make steam. And they can't make steam if they don't have water. And that's why we look at the priority systems here, which means that, see, I clicked on the balance here. Here we can choose which outputs have priority, and this is the coolest thing. Yeah, it's not a picture, it's not a screenshot. I can move the camera around and it follows with me, so we can check out where exactly did what pipe go. Heckin' amazing, freaking love it. Now yeah, so this way the priority for the water output will always be the steam producers. And here we see that bar below. See, this is how much water is in here. This bar here means that someone is bringing some water in. It's on the way. As you should try the game Tower Lab and The Crust. Those are completely new words for me. So we do Tower Lab and The Crust. Alright, now we pause. And alright, the loop is now in action. So now we can say thank you to that truck. So no one's assigned directly, but someone is still trying to maintain that minimum. But it will be filled soon enough. Actually, yeah, these need to be upgraded to tier 3 pipes. And here we can easily have this button for upgrading that one. Because, like Buffalopogus pointed out, a tier 3 pipe can hold more raw materials. So one pipe can hold maximum throughput, so I think... Oh yeah, but it can hold 3 units, so 6 units, and there is half of what this one needs. They might have built this a little tight. Having 2 bits of belt before you get here might have been better. Because that way, 3 and 3 would be 6, which would be half of that. Yeah, 4 bits of belt would have been better. Oh well, now we know. And you can see, as they produce the steam, steam goes in, steam goes through these two, and they keep on working. You see the brine is flowing, and that is at 80 something, so that mark the tier 2 can handle it easy enough. Actually, that is a... This pipe will make it a tier 3 immediately, because we can, and just in case. I want the emergency exit pipe to be large enough. There you go. We might need to build more liquid dumps. At some point, currently, because this thing can do 200 units per minute. There you go. Now these are like on, off, on, off. This thing is full of brine, because we're using that to make the salt, and this thing is saying like, well, we can't do anything because we can't export the salt. But now these tanks should be filling up a little better. This is another row of tanks which is filled by these rain collectors, which are sort of supplementing this. This is fantastic because this means, and from these tanks it goes into this here station, and the trains pick it up and deliver it to all kinds of places, such as here, where it's used to make in our steel factory, and also to clean all this exhaust and farming. I quite like this little setup, and the way it's built, I should be able to then... Another cool thing, you see, if we copy paste, like for example this here, storage unit for liquid, I click and I drag. They will all be like automatically connected to each other. So we can click and drag. But not only that, what if I want to copy the entire thing? No, not you though, not the road. What if I have multiples of this one singular factory? Well, I can do that too. Which is pretty goddamn cool. And this one seems like a nice and clean enough setup that I feel comfortable in adding it to the thing, if I can find it. Blueprint. The one steelmaker, which is now nonsense. New blueprint. And I shall call you steamy desalination. We need two needs two seawater pumps. Supply changes. So I like this little setup. It is a lot easy, it has everything, all it needs is that little water input. And because this thing goes through this connection, so we can have a like one of these, an existing situation like link into this thing. Like they can all then share their inputs and outputs. And then we can do X to cut and then just right click to let go. And sometimes if I really want a steam buffer, I also make the pipe way longer than it needs to be. Yeah. Yes. Again, it reminds me of stationaries, you know, long, because, you know, a pipe is a container. And sometimes when you have a difficulty in like, with like your basic airlock, you know, it's slow. It's very annoyingly slow. How do you make it faster? Well, just give between the pump and the exhaust, the vent, make the pipe bigger. And apparently that helped a ton. Because then it has that buffer in between. Okay, so this one ran out of steam. Shit. Yeah. That's what I get for not paying attention. And then we do... No. And they had that tiny bit of water inside, which apparently was just enough, you know, to push out a tiny bit of steam to just get this kind of working. And having that one, even that one oomph, will make sure that they produce a bunch of water, which would then be prioritized to go into the steam production. So now it's a nice and neat and closed off loop, 1-to-1. It does cost power though, so yeah. And now these are producing so much water. Yeah, 108. Yeah, we could even, just in case, just for a little bit, change the recipe. Okay, yeah. One of the things, another thing I didn't know I wanted was a factory where the factory machines can have multiple recipes, so that, you know, including some of them have just like, you know, just pump more but use more power, which is fine. See, now we effectively have 3 pumps. I just wanted to actually have a sort of visual, like, seeable liquid buffer here. And now we can turn those off. And now it'll do this recipe if it can. So yeah, there's a hierarchical order, and factories can do multiple recipes. Like this one has actually 3 recipes active, and if it gets the super steam, it'll do the super steam recipe. But it's getting high steam, so it's doing the high steam recipe. And it can even use low steam. Or it also can be boosted with Unity, which just makes it do, you know, the work of 2 machines. Double the input, but double the output, double the cost. But then without having doubled working needs. Couldn't store all the corn after harvest. Yeah, so that's why we also need a better setup for the whole farming. Because currently there's so much half-assery going on. Oh, look at that. Oh, the water numbers going up. Because these are filling up, which means these are already full, which means wait. Yeah. Now, I should get rid of this one. Yes. Yeah, this is where they're dropping off the slag, and we're just building another slag bridge here. Like this one has been dumping rock. But currently I'm doing some actual slightly more sensible terraforming here. Which is working out just fine. And then we need to start bringing in the carbon dioxide. It's a simple system, but I also like how the square, if the terraforming is done, it'll just be sort of like dulled out. There. Dig a little more, dig a little harder. Waiting for products. Ah. Yeah. There's a lot of these things, because I built this here just to sort of see how it would all work. I'm going to turn this thing's boost off, because there's no point boosting it, seeing as we have no water here. I mean, we could just desalinate, do another one of those, what we just did here. Because it has 0 input, and then it just output the water. Oh. Well, that'd be nice. But the thing is, again, we can't just keep on building more of these like redundant, like backup factories and so on, because eventually things back up, and then there's still people working there, and it might be causing all kinds of like waste. So it's a beautifully like challenging issue here with how the game works. Freaking love it. I'll give you a truck. Someone should just bring all the salt here. We dedicate, trucks to certain buildings and so on. And we're doing all this steam turbine stuff to have spinning flywheels and spinning them the power generators. The modular power factory is super cool because it also emphasizes a certain point that I always keep on trying to also tell people, because it annoys me how in some forms of like popular media and so on, how nuclear power is just magic. No, there's two ways to make power. One, the electrovoltaic cell, where you have layers of material and you have electrons bouncing back and forth between them because the high energy particles hit them. So solar panel, photons hit, electrons they end up changing place, and then they go back, because electricity isn't like you do not have electrons in a jar. It's waves pretty much. And the other one is just you spin a magnet inside a coil of copper. That's it pretty much. There's other like forms of like nuclear power where you make uses of which is essentially still a photovoltaic cell, the kind of stuff they have on the Mars rovers and things. But even a nuclear power plant is built to make steam. Boil the water, you put the steam through the turbine so the shaft spins, and you have a thingy that spins and makes that power. And I like the idea that they have these flywheels where you can store kinetic energy. There's probably a proper math, like how many of these you can have, and you can auto balance them apparently. So then don't waste the input. I'm like, I haven't really fiddled around with that one too much. But one of these, generates 6 megawatts of mechanical power, and one of these turns 3 of those into 2 megawatts of electricity. And here we see the shaft, the throughput of megawatts in mechanical, and the accumulated inertia for how many megawatt seconds are stored inside the wheel of flies. Missing input. I seem to have burned through all of my fuel gas. That's okay. We're turning wood into wood chips, and we're burning the wood chips for power. Oh, and we should turn off that pipe, so this pipe gets all your waste. And then we can here use these good old cooling towers, which is the kind of stuff you usually see, like in The Simpsons, the nuclear power plant, where you cool the steam back down to water. Favorite URTIC was the control clicking on the picture of a machine and a recipe line of the codex gives you a goes to the machine with a recipe pre-selected noise. That's very cool. And just was asking news about the Nepal flash flood. What do you think of that flash flood? Do you think it's made, or possibly a dam of the Chinese upstream broke down, gave way? Could be. I haven't heard about that in the news. I really don't follow the news that actively because in the end, there's not much that can affect the world with where I am. And I do have chronic depression and I'm medicated. And I realized that the more I read the news, the more depressed I get. It's better to like just not look too close. The horrors are already never ending. And here we were getting the light oil. I guess 2 trucks should be enough. Why are you producing it kind of slow? If you pause... Oh, that's why, because you're full of diesel. Well, that's also wondering, why is the production of all the things a little slow? Oh, because we made all the diesel. There's still some tiny bit of fuel gas here, but as we're not exporting the dirt right now, we're not going to get more from here. There are other ways to make that. Could not store all the corn after the harvest. Jesus heckin', just please, for the love of God. I'll sign you 7 freaking trucks. Bring the freaking corn into the... where the people eat, please. Sweet Jesus. Okay, that's enough. So we can turn all that into farms as well. That thing's gotta go. But okay. This one has been a sort of long-term problem, which has now been long-term kind of fixed. Salt is being exported. That thing's paused just because reasons. And I have a feeling we're gonna want more of these. I'm gonna have to send someone in here. Flatten this stuff out. And dig into the mountain. I like the like wonderful natural sort of formations, but we're gonna just chop into them like a mouse. Oh, copper mine is almost fully mined with its current sort of mining designations. There is more copper. And you don't have to worry where the copper is. The game will tell you. You press L for the layers and you show like, okay, this is a resource. This is resource sand. Here is resource more coal. There's resource iron, resource oil, resource groundwater, which we should be really tapping into. This is, groundwater that's almost completely drained. And these are all running out of water too, which is then making, of course, the population sad because they can't drink and stuff. Okay, good. Thankfully not that much because we are prioritizing them. Now what we're doing here also, is making the chlorine, and we might then have to figure out a way to get the chlorine away from here in a sensible-ish manner. full output. Look, it's full of rock, filling up with rock, but also full of gold. Yeah, these ones also will need to be dealt with. Now the same muttering you just did. Usually I do it at my dwarves in Dwarf Fortress when I've created more jobs than I can do. Yeah. And worst days that the news is bad and so is the weather. Oh, that sucks. We need to know the weather, which makes us watch the news. Cyclo depressing. That's very true. That's very true. I work from home, so I don't need to worry about it too much. And if I need to know the weather, I look out the window. Because I have to go out there anyway, because the dogs don't care. They need to poop. Oh, sorry. Anders said, I wanted to be a boiler welder. It looks fun to be one, and plus it pays. It pays good, and it also is very dangerous. Never go inside a enclosed space and weld anything without very good breathing apparatus. Because you will burn through all the oxygen in there very quickly. A lot of people die welding without proper ventilation, and especially like boiler and tanks and so on. Plus, you have to be like really, really good welder. So you make sure your seams don't explode. Like I do some welding on my car and so on because it's mostly like, you know, cosmetics and you have to just keep the chassis together. I'm good enough for that one. I would not feel very comfortable welding a high pressure tank because I'm not that, comfortable with my own skills. Hey there, Bob. Welcome on in and welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? Oh, you're playing the map. Well, knowledge on welding. I mean, I did study metalworking, but it was like we did welding, blacksmithing, and machining. We was like just a little bit of everything and became more about like artisanal, handcraft focused. I wanted to really go into the blacksmithing thing, but didn't really work out. And the Cat Hog CNG, we're doing well. Completing the map. Ooh, I still haven't properly checked that one out. I think it might be the third time now I'm writing down the map. I write down many notes. I don't necessarily read them. Because I need to write down things to remember. My mind is a sieve. It has taken me... When did I realize this? Actually. Honestly, it must have been 35 years until I realized that, wait a minute. It's okay. Because I felt bad about my inability to remember things. Why can't I do basic shit? And then at 34, I got my diagnosis of ADHD, which then explained so much and helped me try the process of forgiving myself for not being perfect, kind of thing. And it's been great. It's been good. Slowly but surely learning to accept the fact that it's okay. I don't have to be, mind like an iron trap. Never forget anything. Because I don't. I will not remember. And there's no point in trying harder because that's, you grow up with that. Why can't you just try harder? I'm like, if that worked, I wouldn't have the problems and I would die. It's not like I don't give a shit. It's just that no matter what I try, things just don't work out. And now as an adult, and with the modern, better understanding of how all this works, I realized I was going to start shooting myself in the foot there by trying to be perfect. There's no need to be perfect. You have to be the best you can be. No one is this mythical perfection. Everyone has their own pitfalls and troubles. Okay, that thing is running out of copper ore. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Because you don't have enough trucks. Well, as good a reason as any, I guess, to then add more stations here and upgrade that copper smelter. Then again, do I care? What do I do with everything I do with anything? Okay, copper is only used for electronics. Let's double check. Right click on copper. What the hell do I do with copper? Electronics, that's it. And then eventually PCBs, which I do have not unlocked, and then microchips for really high-end microchip manufacturing. Okay, so this island, the industry will grow and eventually we will turn into Taiwan. Lurk, need to grab lunch and going out shortly. Hey, well, thank you again, TubeUp Games, for the raid. I appreciate it. And I hope you enjoy your lurk, and I hope you enjoy your lunch, my friend. Oh, and yeah, of course, welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know who I am, hi. I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, Finnish variety streamer, amateur game developer, and lately it's really hecking lost in the glorious world of automation. What all was acid used for? We already checked this. We can poison the oceans. We use it for copper manufacturing, and then making glass mixes, and eventually gold ore, uranium ore, and rocks. So the sulfur consumption will increase as we start dealing with gold, uranium, and I'm assuming bauxite. Yeah. Okay. So the sulfur is a mild problem and not too much of a one. And on the YouTube side, someone would don't just drop on us epic lore like it's just, oh yeah, I studied about metal, like you're telling us a rounded recipe. You're gonna focus personal lore like it's, oh, here's taking a recipe. I like, well, Josh, I'm very open about it. Yeah, I studied blacksmithing. I've studied 2 vocations. The first one was goldsmithing. Really enjoyed it, but it was also an industry hard to get into, and let's just say, Young Hun wasn't the smartest and wasn't maybe really ready for that kind of work. And then I lived life, did many other jobs here and there. Worked for the government, worked in construction, and then I studied metalworking, blacksmithing, and so on. Then I did my internships at the Finnish National Opera in their prop shop. That was very cool. But the competition for those spots were really, really tough. And I was like, as an intern, and then for like a long-term employment, also competing with, because blacksmithing is a bit of a dying art. The industry just doesn't really exist anymore. There are a bunch of blacksmiths, and so any of those proper artisanal jobs are very sought after. Then I went to Scotland for another internship, and because in the UK, the art form is much more appreciated. Okay, dirt stuff is done, so we go here. Also because, they have benefits. I'm pretty sure that in the...
Drink, drink, drink. Stop shrimping, streamer man.
Like you're a dwarf. No, it's brings in good money. It can. I mean, that's just saying, like I said, goldsmithing, where it's like, hey, you're making like white gold jewelry and diamonds brings in good money. I'm like, no, not really. I mean, it's expensive and people will pay for it, but you have to have a name. It's one of those things, tricky bits of being an like artisan, And you have to be good at the job. So you can make a name for yourself, but you have to have a name for yourself to actually get in customers. And if you go in any customers, you can't really get any very, very good at the job because you just don't get the practice. One of those, it can be a difficult situation, but that's true for any and all artisanal fields, really. There we go, and y'all can focus on that shit. There we go, boss. Yeah, I was like just bent. And thanks for the hydrate, appreciate it. But I did like making knives. I made my own kitchen knives. They're like this sunmise style, where they're like 3 layers. The central layer is it's called leuco. Well, it's a high carbon steel used for making tools, pretty much. So it has a like central layer of that, and on the sides it has like the cheeks of just stainless steel, and that's what the Sanmai pretty much just meets. So it just meets 3 layers. I think San would be 3, and layers would be Mai from Japanese, and it's just the term for those things. So so, and I very much enjoyed them. They were fun to make. And one of the things I really enjoyed was trying to like figure out different like handle shapes. Like I have one that like the knife handle gets like really thick at the front, so you like fill up more of your palm when you do like chef's grip, when you like just pinch the blade and the actual handle goes inside your hand. And that's one I currently use, and the handle's made of apple wood. Are we a captain of industry yet? I don't know. I mean, I have some signs. I could build them. and make tremendous claims. But it's one of those like slowly but surely kind of things. Hey, look at that. Brine is being used to make the salt, because salt was exported. And the water is being drained very quickly. Yeah, that's why I wanted the extra digger thingy, so we can build another one of these, pretty much. So we can have an even bigger storage area. Now, it is raining, which means, as you can see from here, these... the water flows here. And these are prioritizing, like, if the water can flow from here to there, first flow that, and then let that one, like... I love it, please. I like the little stub of pipe sticking out of that water storage tank. There's a story there. It is true. There was a rain catcher. Directly link. I took it out. Alright, so no labs are available. Research is not happening. But I don't think we need to care about our copper, really. Because it's just a throughput issue. And they'll fill it up eventually. Everything else is okay. And the entire thing needs to be rebuilt with the Mark IIs anyways. Just like we'll need a second one of the iron plate producers, which is now finally filling up. Miraculously enough. It's not even filling up, it just straight up has filled up. Yeah. Okay, well, it makes sense though, because we use the boost, which means these have worked at double speed for a few years now. Top right, we see. We're on this island for 379 years. So it all can run. I'm tempted to just stick another one of these somewhere. Now, let's see. You're full. You guys are... You guys are doing okay. You're maintaining this one. You have an aggressive exporter marked. There we go. All of our trucks are like straight up like just have individual jobs. Yeah, import a whole bunch of plates into these things, please. Because the electronics imports have gone well. This entire thing might be... well, it'll need to be worked on. Our compacted garbage. And this garbage. Is being dealt with. To magically update these to the next tier, so they'll be also slightly faster, and then that whole thing could work. And a better recycling system is needed. How's the boat, by the way? Has he been like hanging out in the dock? Yeah, with the full crew for a while now again. I shall send ye to explore that place. Yeah. The green might be another settlement. That's okay. What a general of industry? I do not know. No one loves like El Capitan. And the trucks here being ready says extremely busy. There's too many jobs and not enough trucks. And especially because all of our trucks are currently straight up assigned a job.
This man really hooked into his game and reads only the most recent message sent in chat. Haha.
That's very true though. But yeah, it happens. I'm sorry. It's one of these games. Now for me, it gets me locked in, and that leads me to, kind of not pay quite as much attention as I should. This is true. Okay, all of that is kind of working, and we could have a train here for delivering the copper. And yeah, you're complaining because your copper output is full. And that is why we built these.
Yo would eaties, eaties.
No, but it is true. Feel free to point it out if I'm missing out something. It'll happen again. And I shall allow you to have 3 segments. I use magic to finish building it. And at some point we're gonna have to expand this thing and go here as well. So this way the copper can be dumped in a slightly larger area. And okay, that's all working out. I gave you all these workers, but I forgot to unpause you. They collected here and did.
What kind of Tetris are they using to build that bridge?
The efficient kind. If you're assuming that bridge. I pressed U, which is the Unity button, to magically transport them there instead of having trucks. The ship has entered battle. I think we're gonna win this one. Ooh, what do we find here then? Here is an enemy needs to be defeated. We cannot defeat that. Structure found. Damage. Okay, another free damage cargo ship. Enemy. Ooh, with a battle score 430, which we can't defeat. 470. What's the enemy occupied location? So this one won't tell me exactly what's there. We just see a sort of treasure chest. And these are pretty much justified. Oh well. And this one won't show me the battle numbers. As long as one of them goes down first, we win. Alright, we're good on that one. And yeah, I guess the thing with the copper is just because our copper production is too powerful. The ethanol is software. So many warnings. Oh, and you're done? Yeah, looks like it. Unless we want to go and push slightly further here. Yeah, covering all that with dirt. Now, wait, what did we actually need for the rocking chairs? So we could kind of upgrade the town now, but we don't actually have the household goods. Require steel, which we have a bunch of, wood, which we have an acceptable amount of, and glass, which is being made. Put it that way. Now, okay, we'll make a bullshit factory. It's all we can do. Which means we do a production, assembly 3. Assembly 3 goes there. Then we go to unit storage. We build 3 of those. And what you do is make them sweet rocking chairs. And one of those will then have to go into the household goods module. Hey there, Brave Forster. Thank you for 1 hour for everyone. You for morning top up. Nice. Thank you for coming by. I hope you have a good one. And I hope the microscaping goes well, my friend. We got speed delete that thing. With the power of Vulcan magic. And then we look at building one of these. There. Then you would want wood, steel, yeah. Magically teleport that shit into existence. Nice. Bam. Good to notice just 3D print was lost for Lost Wax casting. I'm so jelly they have that nowadays. I mean, they just 3D print wax for Lost. Yeah, that is true. That is super cool though. And there's 1,000 people missing from the Nepal flash flood. That's the lowest estimate of people. Oh, that's very tragic. Flash floods are terrifying and dangerous things. That's very true. Hey, the boating was done. Now the boat is back here getting repaired, so we can unload the crew so they can get to doing some real work. Add some more trucks. One last little pickup here. Market for upgrading. Unleash some trucks for general delivery of stuff. Then we needed a few hundred of those. The demand 14, and you can produce 16. So let's hope it works out. All right, we still haven't done that sludge treatment factory, and the water here is actually now building up. So this here future long-term product can keep on longing and terming. Okay. I'm just thinking about what's the next phase here. Yeah, I'll give you a truck. You can bring these guys some glass. Oh. That would help. Manufacturing and point building. Now, I'm guessing one of these will not be enough. Or when we properly upgrade the town, we use the Unity magic to deliver all the requirements. So housing tier 3. Yeah. Won't be able to fit more people as well. I want to see the upgrade happen. Extra tall towers. Oh, look at that. From Soviet to mildly uppy with the... I do like the red brick though. So now we have 100 free housing. Well, 99. I'm guessing it was 100 because they were like just one of those just desperately waiting to get out, move out from their parents, away from their parents. Yeah, so now they have needs like this one. So next tier, then they also need household appliances. Yeah, so as you can see, so as you improve the quality of life, the need of the population also grow. Considering the fact that the very first building type we can do, what we started with, is just containers used as homes, which is what they're gonna have here. And then we do open up the bacon. Get some more immigrants. And our health is high because of, I'm guessing because we took care of some pollution. Vehicle pollution, trace pollution, air pollution is low, water pollution isn't that high, and landfill pollution is what it is. And edicts, oh yeah, we have an edict for plus 20 health, so we'd normally be at 6 health points. But we're burning with the edict for getting extra health bonuses, and our food supply is good for now, but it's gonna get bad eventually. Okay, we did this, we did that. And the important thing is, this is a constant flow. As long as they got power, they will just constantly do this. And yeah, they're good. Freaking excellent. Okay. Right, I do have this one here. We could change this to only allow rock dumping. And then temporarily change that. Cover all of this. I'm not sure how that ended up there. And then we do the N for the terrain. remember that we can't do that. Because they'll fill it with dirt. See, that's better. Do that with rock. Now but we do have a lot of stuff. Oh yeah. Okay, let's look at the wastewater management though. We need to look at it for God knows how long. And we kind of want to do this one, which means we need to figure out the filter media. And for that one, we need gravel into sand into coal. Right. And all of that happened inside the magical powers of a mixer. Now, a mixer will do that. Oh. Sorry. You're going to normal sand if you must, but otherwise manufactured sand. And you'd be producing 36 and you need 8. So one of these can feed into 5 of those. I'm guessing that's that's something we're going to need eventually. And filter media, it doesn't actually tell us what it is, but I'm assuming it will be a loose product. We can see it from here because it's coming out of the loose hole. So we can make a pile of it. That's what I'm thinking. And gravel can be crushed with a small crusher into 24. Manufactures sand is 8 to 8, and it's used in this one then at Okay, yeah, but we don't need that. It can't work at full speed anyway. So okay, so we need 2 small crushers, one to make gravel and one to turn part of that gravel into manufactured sand. We need gravel for other things too, though, so we might want to make one of these to make just crazy amounts of gravel. And all of our stone is here. Oh, wrong one. We go back to here, and okay, we're now looking at gravel. What is it actually used for? Yeah, gravel and compost to make dirt. And that way, and I kind of want to do that, and that means you have to then at some point do some aggressive composting. So in that way, I feel like we'll actually have one large crusher employed for making gravel. So like a nice, bulk, proper, giant, endless fucking gravel pit. Because I kind of want to have a similar system to this for then holding the gravel. Where do I put that gravel? Oh, we never need I don't think we'll be needing like that much of it. So that way we can have one of these full of gravel. And then I can then feed into one of the smaller crushers to make the manufactured sand. And if there's alpha layers, they're still cold here. So we can make use of this area. Dig downhill from here, so I kind of want to get rid of all this coal. Just for like completionism. Oh, that means we need to dig out this and that. Oh, and then I guess we just start filling this shit with rock. We got the rock here. And that way we can turn this into nice... Yeah. And we'll be filling it with rock and slag. Similar to what we're doing here, pretty much. Alright, chat, we got a plan. That means we got M for mine. Press L so we see the layers. And we see there's some coal here. And that one's actually like a proper amount. Because the N that I use for the green ones does the terraforming, where it does, you know, in multiple, it'll flatten stuff out. There we go. We don't need you. Actually, we might. We'll dig that deep just in case, because I think this one actually has, yeah, one empty in between. Is any of this necessary? Most likely not. Do I just want to do it because it's neat? Yes. Yeah, the coal pits will keep us rich in coal for quite a while. So, okay. Oh, sorry, yeah. A couple snacks. So to feel the effects after my food and eating habits. Yeah, keto hits hard and it hits fast. Yeah, same here. If nothing else, yeah, like swelling and like general body mass goes down very quickly. Like I've lost about 3 kilos this week. A lot of that is, you know, fluids and swelling and so on. Ah. Now if I then do that, will it magically teleport into here? Or is it just gone now? I'm guessing it's just gone now. Unless it's somehow in here. It's just gone. Fair enough. Ah. She's run dry, Captain. Oh well. Tragic indeed. All of that is full, which means this guy needs to be boosted again. Corn's gone. Somebody import that tofu, I'd be really happy. Oh well, I'll get around to it. Oh no! The household goods module. Yes, blue and yellow. Idea. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, that's amazing. I like that. That's very nice. Well done, devs. It even has the carts they have. IKEA. Oh. Oh, I love it. I'm gonna boost you. Work at double speed. Settlement demand 14.2 per 60. It should be okay. You have your internal storage, then external storage. All of that is okay. All of that is working. I just noticed that the foods all give different unity bonuses. So it's not just a time, water, and fertility problem. Also a magic juice generation problem. Back, now I gotta redo my farms again. Oh no. It is a fun problem to solve. At least. So that's neat. Yeah, iron ore pits are doing okay for now. Guys hanging out being all a little mightily sad. You know what? That's okay. We pause, we go here, and we remove you. So now, yeah, we went to the media. Now we can make pretty much everything from the outputs from the coal fact mine here, but I don't know if we want to be that dedicated to just coal. So we have one large crusher and one small crusher. You make gravel. You make sand. Eventually you'll have to be upgraded, changed into a big boy. But that's a then kind of problem. Right now we just need to get this shit to kind of work. And that would include then a loose storage. Into a loose storage. With a lift. Yeah, these are handy because they both, everything is below. These ones, I guess the idea is they use like sort of gravity assist for the crushing. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, there you see the electric, very classic looking motor spinning that thing, which spins that thing. And I guess, you know, as they spin, they crush, and then they flow out. Love it. And that will be longer term gravel. And then we'd have the mixer. Making the mixed media using the sand. Right. Gravel, sand, coal. And the coal is, well, all over the place here. And I really shouldn't build anything attached to this, because the very point is, where the big ideas is to get, you know, get rid of it. So if you attach you to a potential train network, then the train stop would like drop this off. Full of stone, gravel, sand, and coal. There. Gravel. Small mining manufactures sand on this thing. And you hold rock. And you hold coal. This way we can then make changes with this thing. And it won't be too difficult. And that way we would then want it to be at a place where we can get train access relatively easily. Yeah. And you hold filter media. See. Rock and coal goes in, filter media comes out. I'm okay with this. But where would we build such a thing? Where, oh where? Our train tracks are dumb. And part of me is thinking we could do it here-ish. Okay, I mean, one thing is sort of train connection from here to here. So if we do a... I mean, that trip from around there isn't too bad. And... well, the rock is here. And that way it could be filled by... not just a train. I mean, in the beginning, I guess, yeah, we'll build it so that we can add a train station if necessary. So feeling that this might end up changing. So if I have you say there. Maybe there could be another train. Right next to this one. Station's heading this way. Might be easier to, design it this way around, eh? You see? We don't need the gravel for the trains and things anyway. My tiny little gravel producers here are just, oh, tiny and kind of sad. Don't need to delete them just yet. The coal will be delivered from here. Now, if we do add these, make it a pure export, and you do a pure import and then export. I mean, there's the big old giant flat space here. So let's have a look see there. Now, there's some copper to be ground out there. Speaking of. Oh no, Doggo's having them borks again. Exactly, Frankie Viking. A bog doesn't simply stop with the bork. They were born in it, molded by it. Come on. Alright, that's been then set up there. Okay, so how would your ship has been fully repaired? God dang refactoring song, and I was staring at this thing to try to figure out how exactly do I do this. Thinking I could. I put it there. Train tracks. Go across here, because we need trains up there anyway. Could all at some point. I see. Wait, what? Cannot find valid pillar placements. Okay, so if you do that kind of weirdness, it'll allow me to. Oh. Use this as a sort of base, right? So we have a two-way line, and from this, train goes to the side, goes down, goes through the station, goes back up, rejoins the line. Okay. If I like that bit, then I could check out a there you go. Straight train line. Alright. And we do want them to be able to turn sort of as quickly as possible. The yellow would work. Because that is still the fastest downhill hill we can do. I just realized I'm building my factorial train lines, aren't I? Okay, yeah, I can see that. Then the train comes here, goes through the stops, so the turn. There we go. Yeah. And you know it, there will be roundabouts. With your radio launcher. Nice. Looks to be still in the middle. I was wrong. Or not. The yellow turn, nothing too spicy, but it should be quite doable. The frick? Ah, over the window, and now the flies come in. Oh, very tragic. That's what you get. And I don't know what's your numbers. So the turnabout needs to be There we go. Train comes in, does his trainy things, leaves. This is the beginning of chat. This is where it's all gonna start. Good old Trains R Us. Roads on either side of this big roads. So I can road while you rode, of course. I'm seeing its ghost. Yeah. Factories happen on the ground floor, if you will, and then trains go above. And if you live here, you'll be getting deliveries from here and here. These are current shitty little train stop. We need better waiting areas. And we'll then have a similar stop, I guess, happening over here somehow. Yeah, because eventually we're going to want mixed media and other things. I mean, the filter thing. So then this thing has space for expansion. But I don't think we'll be going through more than... No, yeah, we can also... Yeah. You know, connecting just this thing to here is easy enough, but how do I get it like back in? Because we'll have to do a UE. Or... Yeah. Well, we need this then. Get that thing like farther out quickly so the machines can keep on making more rail line parts, because we're going to need those. And it's an ugly solution, and I don't like it. But I think the only real solution I would have at this point would be to connect you. Oof. And I can't even do that. Alright, we'll just build some kind of connection and it'll be fine. You see, that'll work. Then I guess you'll go down to the ground pretty much and reconnect with this one. But the good thing is then that thing will be making very large amounts of gravel. It's either that or we go down. Wait, actually, yeah. Wait a minute. I'm actually good, sort of. Okay, that is wonderfully awkward. Once we can get a lot of these built. Still no good. Sulfur stop. Oh, the CO2. CO2 stop. Getting there though. The ghost can hunt. There. I'll turn you into a blueprint, why not? We'll make a new one and go here and call, yeah, the filter media machine. Filter media machine. There we go. Neat. And get rid of, Alright, digging through a lot of dirt, which is good because we can, you know, hopefully turning all of that into dirt. What the hell did you have 6 machines? Oh well. Okay, we're deforesting the rest of the place. Barely keeping up with demand. Get rid of those. One guy's maintaining that cement situation. Everything remains mostly and relatively balanced. We'll stop you boosting. You're being maintained, research is happening. Which means we just researched stuff. The incineration plant, yes. And there's a settlement recycling, which gives us more recyclables and most likely then less straight up waste. So now we need these guys to just go nuts and build crazy amounts of train parts. And once we get this running, then we'll have even more gravel as well. We'll leave these here for now. And we shall have to wait for a lot more of these things too. 180. Oh, I'll be allowed to bring in some rocks. And your stone will be then shipped, I think, across from here, and then we have the priority thingy here, which would then send most of that rock down here into 1 or 2 containers. I don't know how many. I will start with the 1. These guys can just instantly get to work. And especially you. We then want this double line to continue here. We'll probably go up here. But go around the giant iron ore pit, because that one's still going to go deeper. Then it'll come down here around. And then maybe up here or here. Next to where the living is happening. That way we can then deliver the goods over here. Alright. Finally. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here we could dismantle eventually. There we go. And that'll help maintain those Mark IIs now. And then you'll be getting there you go. Magical movement. Oh yeah. Refugees have arrived. Well, we could cause an employment problem by filling the boat with some refugees. I mean, some employees. And shipping them out. There you go. That should still be enough. Yeah, dirt and these to at least can forcefully send you on at least one trade mission. Yeah, those guys will be busy for quite a while. Dirt is happening here again. You know, you do you. The old manufactured sand is happening. A whole lot of gravel. Alright. Desperate rock droppers are bringing all the rock there. Riley's thinking about pulling a tube there. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I won't be wasting too much of our sweet precious resources. Alright, so now they can technically get around there. And we're gonna need a whole lot of these things though. Okay. Some of the imports. Someone might be able to bring some shit in here, we don't know. We can do that. Man, you sure are a Citizen Whisper. They just keep generating magic juice for you. I'm jealous. Yeah, I mean, apparently we have achieved a sort of equilibrium. Give them corn. That's what they all crave. And endless ethanol. And the diesel situation keeps being okay. All of these have turned on again now that the... Alright. We refueled the fucking thing. I'm very confused. How are you getting dirt? Oh no, that's all the dirt I have. Right. Oh. Keep on forgetting about that one. You don't need a dedicated truck for that one. Ooh, missing a worker. There we go. Don't need to mess with that. Water comes in. Let's get pumped in here. Steam goes in here through the sides. Water goes out. Brine comes out. All of it is getting evened out as well. Roll slowly but surely. I don't need to worry about that because we have a lot of copper. Okay, so then I guess we'll have to make a stone train, but I mean, we'll do that eventually. I think this thing is gonna be really full for quite a while. Well, I'll send you a couple of trucks. There's red lines, I'm assuming they're complaining they can't actually get there. Oh, they don't fit through here? Fair enough. No, I like brick. Why do I like brick? Good ass steel brick. I'll boost ya. Crush that slag like nobody's business. We need more brick. And eventually, I guess, yeah, stuff from here will be used for the whole brick making as well. This might turn into the brick factory. Let's actually do some magic re-brickening. Like that. I think the game went a little insane there. Why did that happen? Oh, right, they'll build it. Okay, okay. There you go. Send a bunch of trucks. Yeah, no one has to, but you're allowed to rig in the rocks. Now with some coal, we can actually then just let that thing run for a while. Still need more of these Mark IIIs. Almost there. Nice. Alright. So now we got the anti-poop factory kind of going. There we go, magic into existence and all that. I'll even add you to Santa's favorites. And someone might bring you coal. Yeah. How do we then get these trains? Oh! Trains 2 has been researched. So if we go here, new train. Steam Locomotive 2. More than double the power. More speed. More girth. And the big tender. I'm assuming you're like just twice the size of a basic one. So let's see, if we look at, say, you here, part of Santa's favorites. We place this train. Well, you're a small diesel boy, so let's do it. And you get instead a steam locomotive. Giant tender. Too long for the depot. Which means we look at our these depot extensions. Want big trains. Like big trains, and I cannot lie. Logo 2. And the castle of their majesty. Twice the size, but 4 times the capacity. Embrace the train side of the force. I mean, yeah. Yes. Let's go train. There we go back. Okay, but we can still replace this one, though. With number 2. And a single hopper wagon would be... And use the magic points to get all the things. There we go. Need way more of those Mark IIIs. And while we wait for all that to get built, we have a quick look-see here on how would one... Apparently I don't. That's weird. Oh no! No more refugees, please. It'll cost me 200 to upgrade that thing. Paid a lot of Unity. Forcing that in there. We don't like we don't like actual homelessness. Actual homelessness is bad, okay? Let the choo-choo flow through you. Oh, I like that. Now see, oh. We tried to do that. There's still that one piece of red there. And that annoys me. No, your slopes to alternate slope and flat, so the train's low grade. Is that... My god. My god, Buff, no. No! You see, they can almost make it. But almost don't win. Beefy steam train really won't have a problem huffing up that slope even at 25 degrees. No, that's good to know. Okay, coming in here. So we can do it on this one. And here the problem was at that level. This army of diggers is well, this part isn't that important right now. That is way more important. So I'm gonna look at you and I'm gonna check out your 80 areas and I will start deleting some nodes. Three diggers, 6 trucks. That's the goal. Click here. Only allowed to drop rock and slag. Will allow you to maybe put in some slag if you want, but preferably rock. All the slag should be sort of being shipped to here, which isn't necessarily the best. Oh, we just made it. They went the big way around and now they're getting replaced. Look at the boy. Big Chungus. Oh, Jesus Christ. That is a beautiful Big Chungus. Where are you going, Big Chungus? What does your machine hunger for? More than mere flesh. And this upgrade requires 100 mark. Oh, we're almost there, though. Steel is at 4.3 thousand, so that's okay. Quick, before anyone else stole it, we use the magical powers of the Unity Magic Juice. And now we can make even bigger Chungus trains. Only one wagon? What a cutie. I mean, it was as long as it literally could be, but maxed out. Straight up. What you doing there, friendo? Ah, deliveries, I see. Store the train cars. Okay. Now that was good, but lacking those Mark 3s, which are lacking. Oh, nothing. Boost it. So there's no like upgrade, they'll just be straight up replaced. Well, they're getting there. Okay, that is nice. The single one now holds 480. Wait, what? 108 out of 480 is about as wide as two of the smaller ones. Ah, yeah, iron ore. Can we find a small one hanging on some coal? Oh no, we got 4 wagons having 480 in total. Oh, okay. And then that one single wagon has as much as 4 small ones. Okay. Ah. Yeah, it wasn't, yeah. It was a number of referring to the total. With the course me of means we have to do the same thing here. And eventually we'll get bridges and... Wait, can I build a bridge for this? Let's have a look-see here. Bridge. Cross bridge. Going too high? Well, that's what your mom said. Mom's too high. Oh, cool. So it takes a while for it to like calculate all these. So make a nice big cross bridge. You're saying you can then build tracks. Can I build like train tracks on top of these things, or are these just for cars only? Oh. Takes many bricks and much steel. Well then. Well, the guys are already working on it. That guy messed up. That means I might not have needed to build. I mean, okay, I need to build a slope if I want to use the train tracks go here, go to ground level, then up again. Yeah. So if I want to have these elevated ones, they'll have to go first to the ground level so they can start on a bridge. Also cool. So that cool wins. Their commitment. I mean, so is everything in this game. Oh. Well, nothing's really collapsed yet, so it's all okay. Oh my god. Maximum height of 40 is, I'm assuming what that means. This is, if we're going over deep. I could have a bridge going like all the way around. I'd like to be high enough to let the boats through, but it's not impossible. Then we can have a bridge connection going across here to there kind of thing, and have this just large, even larger version of this one, but one that is much better on account of it being two-sided. And if it's a truss thing, no, but yeah, we can't really have intersections and these kind of in and out is on off of bridges. But otherwise, we can have a sort of bridge goes, say, from here ground level goes down there. Here as well. So we're doing this silly thing now, but okay, you already finished the digging. There you go. Dig a little more, I know you want to. And the dirt does have a destination. This place is turning greener. I'm thinking, we have a bridge from here that goes up here. Then it'll... yeah. Okay, here we are. Bridge goes up from here, goes here. Then there's a little turn, then bridge goes up again, so it goes over the forests and then lands down here. And that way this one can keep going up here and then, meets the ground level here, so that then it goes on those tracks. Okay. Mighty suspension bridge over the whole settlement. That would be pretty neat, yes. But I don't think we can have... okay, I'll go. We can't then have them like meet each other. Wait, but there's no point. Okay, but the train will also be heading that way. Okay, so in that sense, what if we then have the bridge go from, say, there? Right? All the way here. Next one to come up here, then we'll maybe do a crossing. E. That is a cool looking potential connection. Can we go one step further? Yes. Goes there, goes above the forest. Goes down here. That is the height. I'm getting like so freaking focused down, like, how do I shape this bridge, which might or might not end up getting built. Mighty bridge indeed. Oh, wood buckets. Been a while since I played that game. I ran out of iron ore extremely quickly and had no way to buy more in. Oh, that sucks. I'm doing the default map, so there's one iron ore node here, but then there's more here and here, so you can just... That's why I'm also like building these things so I can get out. We'll have the train access here with it for the mining and things. And this one comes here. I'm kind of would just want this to go straight here, but there's nothing here to like land onto, so that's a bit less than ideal. Otherwise, it's pretty good. Use up all the resource patches. Oh no! Well, I've been at this for a few days and I nowhere near it. But maybe they changed their density and so on. It remains an early access game and so on, but it's super fun though. Burning Graves. That's all getting filled with dirt. We're gonna edit these areas so we can there we go. Alright, not gonna need insane amounts of bricks. I'll have to go back again sometime to see if they've rebalanced a few things. Yeah, I mean, there was the larger, but like 4.2 update not too long ago, and this is my very first run of the game, so I got nothing to compare it to. All I know is like I'm just immensely enjoying myself. And yeah, filter media is being made. Oh yeah, that's what we. For a little second there, I kind of forgot why we're doing this. Not enough units. Oh, yep. Too many things are boosted. Turn off the boosting. People are not doing. Oh yeah, because now population grew. I think that's why we were so stable, because we had we'd hit the population maximum and things were just, working. We had enough food, enough things for everybody. Now that population is growing, their needs are growing, and so on and so forth. All of that is working. Iron plate and steel is good. Steel is being exported here to make more of these. Good. And that thing's full of gravel. This guy's doing his best. Now, I do believe we have some other things boosted. You. I'll give you your magic truck. And glass production. Have stalled. The one for too long. Normal magic sand can hang out. Oh, look at that mighty beast. needs more glass here. Here as well. Yeah, I became like way too truck dependent, getting all the way here. See, there's rubber right there, but they can't bring it. It's can't be done. It's too close. Okay, population is dropping. That's okay. We have unemployment, which in this situation is somehow some kind of desirable. Also, we don't need you guys anymore. Trucks will sort it out. And then we'll need a rock exporter. Oh, iron ore. Exports have been like completely straight up done. I mean, it's all here though, so it's fine, I suppose. But yeah. Need more aggressive mining. Not enough. We just did all the Unity things. Our health is at 16, which means we can at least cut down on this one. And maybe consume more household goods. And recycling efficiency, no. Our diesel is okay, so we can also cut that one off. Come on, population edicts. There's a, yeah, we can increase food consumption. Okay, don't do that then. Do not increase the household goods consumption, because somehow we're not keeping up, because, oh yeah, we didn't have the fucking glass, now they do it. Now, water. How the hell is that a problem? Me turn off your magic boosting. Fertilizer 2 is going strong. The clear delineation, bringing in all that rock. It's funny how they're like filling out this bit has taken them ages, but now they're doing that thing just easy peasy. The good thing is they decided to start from this sort of corner, so it shouldn't take us too long to plan the route for that one. Now bricks, we're running out of them bricks, so we need thousands upon thousands of bricks by the end. And ooh, there's one of our brick-related issues, I guess. A lack of slag. Oh, do not boost. Let's see out of our recipes. What could we replace slag with? Well, gravel. We happen to have a large amount of gravel. So, yeah. Okay, Unity is increasing again. Recruit everything. I'm gonna need y'all to go bring in some of that gravel. There you go. I prefer the gravel recipe, please. Then you get 4 trucks to that bugger. There we go. So all the dirt we had has been traded. There's a whole bunch of fuel gas here, so we don't need to worry about that one right now. The situation is. Sort of what it is. Sulfur is getting grabbed. Glass has been delivered. Science will keep happening. All I wanted was a wastewater treatment, and that's why we need to build the biggest bridge. Just how it goes, you know. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them, you know. It's okay. Again, this thing, you know, as I move the camera, it rotates with me. That is one of these design. Whoever is on this team made those design choices. Amazing. Settlement is full of trash. There we go. Magic that thing into an extension on Trash Island, and the trash can get back to flowing, please. Hopefully. There you go. May the trash flow. Upgrade that belt too. They're unhappy because there's too much trash. Well, the trash is flowing extra fast. Okay. So Malcolm in the middle opening. What does it look like I'm doing? Exactly. Yeah, well, when the light was out, and that's why, you know, something else was broken, something else is broken, something else is broken, and that's why I ended up working on this car. Like, hey, the light in the foyer is broken. Like, what does it look like I'm doing? And it's fun because my mom mentioned that she saw it like on the internet or something at one point, and she was saying like, oh, that's such like a you know, I know that feeling. And in that now with my diagnosis and everything, yeah, it has become very, very clear to us that we inherit our ADHD from our mother's side, and that is like such an ADHD kind of thing of like, ooh, piece of candy, is how it works in games, but in real life we are just as sort of what people would call scatterbrained, but we're just going from like just it's difficult to stay like prioritized on one task at a time. Okay, all of that has been marked for mining. Yeah. Keep on using that terraforming tool when I should just be using the mining tool. Yeah, it'll be fine. No need to worry about those trains. Maybe if we want to do that one. Where's the terraforming? There we go, the retaining walls. I think that'll be enough. Wrong button. Also, quick trades. Oh, just did the NAFTA thing? I'm so focused on all this. We still haven't done the settlement recycling either, which would be pretty good to do. And then we did reforming and cracking here, which gave us an ability to turn NAFTA. So heavy oil and hydrogen straight into diesel, heavy oil and hydrogen into NAFTA and fuel gas. NAFTA and hydrogen. With a heavy oil into naphtha and a bit of fuel gas. Okay, yeah. We need hydrogen. Wait, am I reading that right? Why would I make naphtha? Because if you combine heavy oil with hydrogen, they're the same amount, same ratio. You get the same amount of like gas, and okay, yeah, I see that. Okay, so if you hydrogen to make naphtha, then you can use steam to turn that into fuel gas and back into hydrogen in a 1-to-1 ratio. Because this one makes naphtha and fuel gas, and the naphtha plus steam makes fuel gas and hydrogen, and then the hydrogen can be shipped back. So we need actually a very small amount of hydrogen input to maintain that loop. And the fuel gas at 24 can be consumed Okay, if we add oxygen, we'll get slightly less diesel. And that is hydrogen, and the oxygen and we can use that in our incineration plant, of course. Fuel gas has now more uses, and yes, we have to get rid of our waste in a more useful manner. Now we use it as steam, and this guy would also then produce steam. We need some water. And our exhaust, cleansing. Yeah, it takes water and steam that we can deal with. Okay, it'll be an inefficient, slow system. We can do that though, because exhaust, as far as I know, we can't ship around. So we'll have to deal with that one on the site. So we make our... we'll ship the waste to where the exhaust scrubber is. That's easier. That's cracking for all kinds of stuff. Will Cummings convert all the products from my diesel refinery to diesel, so there's no waste or junk to deal with. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was looking at, the reforming at the cracking unit, but I was thinking, like, why would I not make just straight into diesel? if it's the same inputs and the outputs. So I'm wondering, why would I take the step to make naphtha? Because then it takes even more hydrogen into that naphtha, then further on into diesel here. So if I skip the naphtha making, then for the same inputs, we'll get diesel and fuel gas. But if I first make naphtha, then I use steam to make it, then I'm left with a little bit of hydrogen actually. So that would be pretty good. And it's a very small amount of steam. But if we click on naphtha here, I'm assuming there's something I haven't unlocked yet, which is, of course, yes, the plastic making. Yeah, so we're going to need the nap to make plastic eventually anyway. So, so naphtha itself has other uses. Oh, we can make plastic out of it as well. I mean, rubber. Okay, so naphtha has many uses. We're already making diesel. And oh yeah, oh wait, no, see that produces 36 naphtha, and 24 would be making 24 fuel gas and 8 hydrogen. So we'll still be left with a little bit of naphtha left over. That is assuming we do that 1-to-1, and then we can store that extra naphtha. And what is that? That would be 12, which would mean, so if we would had exactly 24 units of heavy oil, we turn that into naphtha. Then we get a steam from somewhere. We turn that into fuel gas and hydrogen. We're left with 12 naphtha left over, which we could then turn 3 sulfur into rubber. And sulfur is being produced from the sour gas, sour water cleansing, scrubbing, at 9. We got 2.5 machines. So 2 machines would make enough sulfur for 3. Okay, so we can turn that into rubber. Then we don't. So then the sulfur being produced. Yeah, 2 machines make 36. Resulting in 36 naphtha. 36 naphtha would result in consuming all that sulfur if we to have a rubber production there. Okay. So then we can do a localized, then we can move my rubber production from the ethanol back into this thing. And then we don't have any sulfur to worry about. Nice. As for the refinery buildings have a byproduct which you have to do something with, but this gives you the tools to convert the heavy oil and other junk that comes out. Well, I mean, that is very true, yeah. I was just wondering, like, why would I make naphtha when I could make diesel directly? But diesel has, it's useful and all. But this, if you go through the naphtha route, then we'd also allow us to skip the whole... I mean, if we turn naphtha into... Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah. Do we use it to consume the sulfur to make rubber, or do we use the naphtha and some steam? Okay, we already have excess steam from the machine, everything we're doing, so we can use that to then make even more fuel gas and hydrogen. Then we could stop with our fuel gas trading, because now we're making a large amount of fuel gas, and that 8 units of hydrogen would be almost enough to maintain that one. Because our most simple hydrogen producers here, the electrolyzer between water into 8 units of oxygen and 4 units of hydrogen, and that would leave us with a small excess of hydrogen, to be honest. And oh wait, we're also getting ammonia from this thing. So then having an electrolyzer linked in would give us an excess of hydrogen, a very small amount. We will need like one hydrogen per minute goes into maintaining this loop. Once it's, filled up, leaving us with 11 units of extra hydrogen, which we can use in vehicles and... hydrogen has many uses. Especially then as actual cleaner fuel, which would cause less, the hydrogen locomotives, the hydrogen vehicles, which would mean they take less. I'm assuming they do then less waste, because the off-gassing would be water anyway. This nitrogen is easy to get. Yeah, good point. A good way to make some more ammonia if you wanted to. Ammonia? Oh, hydrogen plus nitrogen goes back into ammonia. Yeah, that is very true, because we're getting nitrogen. We're already skipping nitrogen. We're making excess. We're just venting all that nitrogen. So we could save some of that and then turn some of that back into ammonia if we want to. I was more thinking that we can have some of the ammonia we're currently kind of shipping out to do something else with. Now, our only real sources of ammonia, though, is from here, or then... Yeah. Okay, I'm seeing it. Antibiotics. We'll also then need ammonia. Very sweet. The rotary kiln, no, that'll be from when we do... We brick up everything. The mixer 2 would be actually super powerful. We can add that to the list. Yeah, because after this one, then unlock the hydrogen production, which does the fuel gas plus steam. Oh, and then the fuel gas that we get would turn into even more hydrogen. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing it. Tools address whatever shortage is applied to your current run. A nice tool. Yes, that's very true. That's very, very true. Enjoying it immensely. Alright. Research got done. Locations explored. New refugees. I'm like, yeah. Back off. Boat is fixed. Load the crew. Send them off to check out whatever the heck that strange green thing is. Health is at -2. Because of our aggressive landfilling. Right. We have the steel, sort of, but nowhere near enough the 3,000 bricks we would need. Magic that thing into existence. They need sand, gravel, cement, water. Well, we're kind of now making... Yeah. Gravel and fake sand here. So now I'm already noticing, like, okay, so we're gonna need another fake sand, aggressive fake sand producer from the glass. Why would you... I thought he would take the safe route. Well. Fucker. Ooh. Quick trade, electronics. We can then import sour water for some ammonia as well. Very neat. Alright, on the go. And we'll pause those. We have enough workers again. You're doing their best. Waiting for train number 2 to arrive to replace it. Oh, look at Big Chungus here. Beautiful. Water train 1, no, sorry. You're supposed to be in... I don't know, Santa's favorites. Doing massive aggressive coal deliveries. That's one. Yeah, it'll be fine. Hydrogen is really expensive to get in an electrolyzer. It's nice to have alternative have. Yeah, that is very true. Especially because you need that electrolyzer to get that like first kick going, and then it should be able to maintain itself. Found some loot. Oh, we won! I was pretty sure we're gonna like lose that one. Well, that's a nice little bauxite quarry, and been fully explored. More quartz mines. Quartz, uranium, bauxite. Importable groundwater well. A new boat. Okay, we might have then extend the loop further to the front. So we get one more stop to pick up this shit, or yeah, track goes down and oh well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm seeing the issue here. Again, we should probably have one place that can just do a whole bunch of crushing of different things, pretty much. But the problem is always with the output, then will eventually get full. So how do you make sure it chooses the correct input? We can't link it directly into an outputter. Okay, you're running out of water. Shit. Okay, well, let's hope they emptied it out enough. So, more workers, but also doubled water output. And Unity Magic farts it into existence, and our power should be fine. Alright, now to delete those. So I can magic that into existence. So we get that starter water. Alright, and now we actually are running out of power. Because they're burning hot. Pretty much bring in some fuel gas. That'll help there. Well, utilization there hit 0. All that is continuously kind of working. This thing is full of cooking oil. You're working hard. Okay. Thing is, dude, bricks. Supposed to hold bricks. Now, the gas rotary kiln would be pretty good for this one. There we go. Now I got a place to dump that rock. But why would you insist on dumping it there when you could be dumping it here? Well, mysteries. Deep, deep mysteries. Now look at our frost bridge. That's the goal, and then we'll have a trains to do trainy things here. Oh, it's gonna be a fucking grand. Well, speaking of fucking grand. Oh, that was not the intention. And then we'll have one rail, I guess. Take a right there, then another one coming down. We'll go like below the bridge and reconnect. Hopefully that'll work. We'll build the bridge first, and then we'll cry when it doesn't work. Just the way God intended it. So now we have to deal with the whole population issue again. Yeah, and yeah, replace the 4 with 2 big uns. Sure, might as well use the Unity to make it all happen immediately. These guys are bringing in that slag. Oh well, someone's gonna put something in those holes. Okay. I broke the power network. Here seems like it should be doing pretty okay. I see. The train, they complained that I could not finish the job. Yeah, well, it's fine. There we go. So they can dodge each other if they have to. Still haven't done the CO2 thing, but I'm getting there. Ooh, look at that. Rock piles are actually diminishing. Good news. Good news indeed. As if the copper and any and all scraps of iron we get is just instantly hauled away. This is a giant and hungry beast. And by golly, we need another one. Oh, it's literally full. Well, we have a bunch of rail parts now. Now it's just the bricks. And I guess I do need that rotary kiln research done then, eh? Because we look at the mixer, we say, no thank you. We're supposed to go towards hospitals. Ain't got time for that. We need a gas rotary kiln so we can make a proper hydrogen cell, because it has to go away as well for a while. If I stop this, do I lose the progress? I'm assuming I do. The hydrogen locomotive is exciting to me. And we need you. The mixture 2 sounds just good. We're not at our vehicle cap, so there's no need to rush that one. The greenhouse. Extra water and fertility, increased crop yield. It seems pretty goddamn good though. But then we'll focus on hospital, post-plastic, silicon and electronics. Seems neat, but I guess that'll be then for like luxury goods. Like, oh yeah, cool, yeah, we can make electronics and electronics too, but what can I make with the... Oh, then for the construction parts 4. For the next year, we enter the magical land of electronics. We also need them for those hydrogen locomotives. So yeah, hospital, gotta be important. Canola, also very important. Food packing. Meat. Hayes Post Chicken Farm. Which ultimately is also important. Because that's a good trade good, because it's self-replenishing. So whatever food we can make and trade, that would be like a pure win. We don't then lose any of our limited resources that way. We can in fact purchase more. Yeah, gold goes to luxury goods and then microchip production. So the made a whole bunch of this here media. We might have to then unlink the station. But yeah, like I said, yeah, we also then might want to... Yeah, we'll have to extend this thing further forward so we can add more stops here and do bricks here, or we... Because, you know, this guy just isn't ever going to consume that much gravel. So then this chain of things will have to be just completely destroyed, and we'll just do a separate place where we do just... And we import here just the, I don't know, sand directly instead of this. Or we just redesign all kinds of shit. The station area is still usable. And yeah. Oh. So it turns out that was a good idea. Should have just implemented a little earlier. Nothing's gonna break. Oh, wait. Can I just modify pillars and just add more? Wait. No? Okay, then. The ship has been fully repaired, and it's full of crew. So then we can go here and murder things. Go there and explore. And hope for the best. Good thing we already have some advanced electronic thingy-baboobies. You know, for when we need them. Okay, yeah, and this thing needs to grow. That's all doing okay. Alright, then. Now, I think, since we get to get that train connection, we can then also do... What do I then do wastewater management here? I mean, it would be good because, you know, the farming will be here, so the extra water remains. The sludge... Turning the compost around here would also be good. Okay, yeah, so all of that will happen here. So we just need to import the chlorine and the filter media. Both are being made already. Right, and the beautiful train tracks will just take a while. Cool, cool, cool. Currently, we are outputting poo-poo water at 65. You would go through 160. So let's assume it's built so that we can build another one next to this one. You do this. Poo-poo water comes in from the top piece. And filter media, chlorine, clean water comes out, sludge water comes out. Yeah, we don't need you. So if we wanted to build two of these next to each other, wrong button, then we would have... Yeah, so I'm not expecting to need to, but I want to be able to. That would look pretty neat. But... that'd be better. Then a truck in can get by and everything. And we're then gonna have to move this one pretty much here. The idea was to have it here originally, but I built this thing here because I'm a moron. And speaking of being a moron, let's look at our housing and services. Square with column. I want it there. So if we build another city here, town piece here, and then destroy that thing, then we have a thing in the middle. It's gotta be done. I wait for you to get finished. Alright, takes more bricks than we got. though. You know. Good. So they know who's boss. I like the option of an eviction notice. We got all those, so I can boost your production. Because they're supposed to be consuming 15.5, but you're making 16, so sometimes that math just ain't math. Oh, and I don't think anyone can make it to you. You mean just consuming all the wheat? Okay, this is why we're doing this, so we can then do that and then do better farming. I like this, but seeing as the farming output will be delivered both to the peoples and to the machines, free. Oh shit! Hello. What? A singular snack. See, a singular snack. There we go. Thank you for the squat. I appreciate it. There we go. So, in order to then fix this shit, we're gonna have to, because the engine doesn't like apparently letting that dirt fall in there. So we're gonna go here and we're gonna do that. This one is just unhappy because it's a poo-poo head. And we'll see if that, my plan there works. If it doesn't, we'll just have to then build another retaining wall here and let that shit crash this way a little bit. We learned our lessons building this, the cliffening here. Speaking of, we're gonna have to then build facilities here anyway, so y'all evening that out is very, very good. I see a slight grid here, so I'm gonna use that. Oh, no. So the 04. I mean, 4, yeah, 04, 40. I'm kind of tempted to leave this thing here just so we can then build something behind here. But in the name of efficiency, no, we gotta make it flat. Them's the rules. What kind of efficiency, you might ask? Well, the kind of efficiency you measure by concrete per freedom. The ship is in Batel. The Butel Butol. One singular unit of unemployment. I shall say that you should not be the one dealing with that. Okay, I'm really like I'm kind of like digging the fact that we then have like in store the old ones, so we can then, you know, we can build all these wagons, then we can like just dismantle them and like just, you know, store them for later until we need more, and then just ship them out back to service. Now, if I remember correctly, like... You know what? No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, are you full of water? Look at that tiny little diesel boy. Doing the dieseling these best. Been a really fun run. Thanks for taking us along with you. Well, thank you. Concrete per hamburger per square pound of crumpets. I guess that is true. You know, might have a revolution against the Empire, but you can never get the Empire out of your heart. The British Empire lives on in the United States. Just people had the diesel train and dare Steamboy to start something. That's very true. Right. Oh yeah. Okay, they're almost done. We're getting there. Okay, then back to looking at my poop sludgeon. And how much chlorine do you go through? Actually, 16 units per. So maybe it might be a good idea to have a humongous chlorine tank here, just so they, never run out. Because running out is bad. Okay. And then you'll output the water. Yeah, and then we'll have multiple water inputs here as well. And then we'll send that sludge, because you're producing, in theory, so we'll build this to be able to handle one of these. So one of these gets 2 anaerobic tanks. And 1 giant fluid storage. I guess we'll have to then design for the future train anyway. So then we'll have one of those. One of those. And there's nothing we're exporting, only importing. Because the sludge. Hydrogen production. Nice. Sludge, water comes out. We're that low in Mark 1s. I have to give them a dedicated Frukin. Oh. You know what might be better? Alright, running out of them cements. So the rotary kilns are now being researched aggressively, which is good. Oh, right, look at all these employees. But okay, enough of that. The bricks will happen. You can't unbrick the brick. Now, yeah. I'm pretty sure our population will, you know, double. That's why I'm looking at this thing's output of 65, so it'll be 120, so it might even quadruple. That's what I want to have, just make sure I have the space to add this thing. But do I love this game? They keep Legos, and there's lots of ways to put them together. That's very true about Philophagus, by the way. Sorry for not noticing that earlier. And yes, feel free to, like, you know, spam chat and the TTS or something if I'm not noticing your messages. I don't mean nothing by it. I'm just easily distracted is all. I lose myself in the game. So now we can... There's a little wobble wobble. I'm not a fan. Means we do this. Try again. Comes all like smooth down here, then you blah 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 blah. Oh well, can't be helped. There we have it. Future train connection from here to here. And then it'll come through here. Connect these somehow. It's okay, you don't owe me your attention. Okay, with the chats being missed. Not like I'm working in an aircraft control tower. That is very true. Yeah. It's a good thing I'm not working in those either. Location explored. Hooray. What'd you get? So we came here.
Illuminati confirmed. The triangle. The all-seeing eye. 3 sides. 3 letters. T. T-S. Wake up, sheeple. They are watching. They have always been watching.
It's true. It's wonderful. Absolutely true. A limestone quarry. Now that is something exciting. And a settlement. Just have to do all that murdering to get there, but we're gonna get there eventually. And that one was a quartz lime. And quartz, yeah. Then we get our like beautiful train connections going. Then we can start like dismantling all bunch of nonsense and making one. What the hell, guys? I mean, it was my fault for not thinking it all the way. Alright. I'll simply unpause those. Don't break with the train on top, they're expensive. And no one has a trade for like brakes. No one lets you trade for anything freaking useful, except you. Not the waste, but the sludge, maybe the sour water would be actually pretty good trade for the slag. And you got your instant trade. Nothing useful. No. You want ore. And you'll sell oil. But this one, yeah, food for oil, which means infinite oil. Eventually. You'll trade probably like, oh, household good for You'll trade vehicle parts. I'll have to check the ratio though. Oh, I see, like all potential trades, not just those. Okay. Yeah, this one I could use 400 stone to make dirt, but you need the compost. Which you could do with the sludge. We take... Ooh, a lot of stuff. 171 of those, so 2,400 of these. Might be worth it, might be. Ores are 1-to-1. We can trade things for limestone, but we now have a limestone quarry we can eventually access. 1.3 and 4.3. Oh yeah, because the gas one. Yeah, so now we need more and more of that fuel gas because we have actually, getting things and actually make use of it. Alright, so this one, yeah, we're gonna need to take a small risk. Seeing all those trains driving over there is making me mightily worried. Those need to go because they have those weird indentations. I see. Well, once these get built, that'll at least help a bit. If the walls complain, they'll be fine as long as they don't do anything too stupid. I would never do anything too stupid, no would I? No, not me. No. Never. Okay, that one's now safe. This one isn't. So if I get rid of this one. And put you there. Use retaining wall magics to just force that thing into existence. Regardless of its any of its protestations. Then we check out the trains, we modify the pillars, and we just stop the bad one out of existence. Same as that one. Well, that solved that then. What do you mean? Oh, because you follow slag. Right. Yeah, roll course lag is fine. Opa. You guys gotta get back to work. You can remain paused. And let's adopt, folks, with the magics. Ship is in battle, we lost. I know, it's very, very tragic. They'll get it fixed eventually. They'd better. And all of that is flowing. The diesel is actually getting freaking spent again. Right as it was. I guess it's because we sent the guy out a couple of times. Got a full output. Is it full of coal? It's full of coal. Who would have known? Use magic to teleport those things out of existence, as one should. And here we find strange things. Yeah, people keep on coming here to pick them up, and that is okay. I have a pucker every time a train passes over that. Yeah. The TTS. They're watching couple snacks. You better start believing in strange, conspiracies. You're in one. Well, the sour water contract gets rid of junk, and sour water makes lots of clean water and fertilizer. And the aquifers are all tapped. The water is precious. Exactly. Mine aren't even properly tapped yet. And these guys are in desperate need of more bits. There. I'll pay you all good in good vibes to send me your folks. There we go, we're gonna get rid of that one. This one is... That's a good point. Yes, now they can actually get here and fetch the mechanical parts. Right. People are doing the folks are doing the fetchings. Electronics are actually now a little slow thanks to the... Oh, actually, we actually went through all that. And all that rubber's barely maintaining. Yeah, really need to make that improved. Copper stuff as well. I mean, we've got all the freaking ore here. Yeah, smash that shit into existence. It'll be fine. Well, it'll be fine until it isn't, but for now it'll be fine. We're still pretty high on that steel. Whoa. Maxed out on steel still. Maxed out on those. Still need way more brickies. Now that means also we can do with these guys, a couple of these. There we go. Buy some more magic plates. I keep on looking at this bit. Everything keep... Oh, shit. Okay. Magic's just forced that into existence. There we go. Yeah, very low on that copper. It ain't much, but you know, something, I guess. No crew. Good, good. All right. Yeah. Poop. Keep on forgetting I was kind of working on something. Now, do I want... How big of a fluid storage for consumption? I guess it would be a good idea to just have a freaking massive one. Not that they consume that much, but still, just in case. Hey, we got the rotary kiln done. Nice. Not enough work. We just... There we go. No. Nope. God dang it, you bastards. Come on. I think having these big containers won't cost me anything extra, to be honest, but it will make processing everything a lot more easier. I'm gonna skip that old idea of having... Okay, and we mark you for chlorine, mark you for water, and you for filter media. So, poop water comes in. Now, would look at that. Our mark 3s are maxed out. Any way they come out and go in. No. There you go up. And you would then have two of these. Alright, so it can't be quite. There's the cat. There we go. Now it's only going to be a 36, but just in case, maximum spread. New. Make a funny curve. I'm okay with this. You. There, just in case. All nice and awkward like. And then you guys would be producing the gas and the compost. And the compost would go, frankly, Yeah. I think I can imagine different things where I would want the compost, so might as well then have those, well, head out. Eventually. Same for the gas, really. But if we do think that this is all for farming... No, let's be safe. And overcomplicate. It's the only way to be sure. There you go, massive amount of... But I guess this actually works. There you go. Considering my plan is to then have, farming skills. So farming might also generate compost and things. And right now our fertilizer is produced here, but it'll be better to have the fertilizer produced elsewhere, so we can then also deliver that via train. Well, there'll be more train stations than down here. But speaking of, we should probably then have... So if train comes here... And we were kind of hoping to use this for farmland. Which means still need to dig that up and put in some more dirt so the machine becomes happy. Some ground is not farmable. Well, fuck. We'll deal with it. What all this would be, something like the other train, then train line comes here. Then it'll maybe go over itself. Come here and reconnect there. Yeah. Well, I'd like them to move as fast as possible. Means that is a winning type. We don't want the big old giant. Curvature. Then we can make use of this one. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so that somehow worked. Okay, fine. Then we'd know. We want future station along this line. Now this can always be extended further down, and then from here you go back. So if we assume that we get you. There. Oh, we can't rotate or flip those off. Frick you, man. Mild annoyance. Fiercely mild. Oh well. It's just a small network of tubes. Nothing impossible. So maybe we should have this thing and then... Now I'll have it all there. Remove that one to make sure the trucks can deliver to and from these, because we're gonna be relying on trucks for a while. And there we go. Good old wastewater tank. And now I'm tempted like to dig things underground here just because. You know, we haven't dug pipes underground yet. I guess it must be done. Means we need... all of you. Desperately needed. No, right there. There we go. Ooh, like the bricks. Make quick. Couple of shady brick trades. Come on. All that is good. All this is good. Okay. Nothing is imploding, exploding too bad just yet. And yeah. You see, if we expand on this thing, what did our brick making need, eh? The concrete mixture too requires, because we can use the gravel and the sand we make there, so we can make on site. And the cement. Now to make the cement, the gas kiln will take the fuel gas and the limestone, or hydrogen if we have it, and only make depleted steam, otherwise make some sweet carbon dioxide, which we can then also get rid of by a train. So the train brings in fuel gas and limestone. Then we make the cement. Cement is only used in making bricks, so then that way we don't need to have these in too many different locations. And everything seems to be mostly the same. So we skip the sand and we start making manufactured sand. And we use the gravel and the manufactured sand, which is all from actually the better, yeah, slag crushed would be better, because eventually we're gonna run out of rock. So we crush the slag and we make our own gravel, sand, or manufactured sand. Well, I'll allow for pretty much all of it, because we already have slag being delivered by the trains, so then a train could bring in these things. Not enough workers, you say. Everyone's unhealthy now, you say. Because of all that landfill pollution. Okay, okay. More people, more trash. Look at these guys. Kind of being useful for once. Slag and rock. Look at you. We can trade stuff for the gas for a little bit, but yeah, we're now going to then have to start making increasingly large amounts, which we will. I mean, we looked at so many recipes that all produce that fuel gas, which means then yeah, we need then a train connection to go here, and then we'll probably have to go across there. Okay, the train comes down, comes here. We can do a U into that one, but also then partly just turn and go here. Or we rebuild our entire oil industry somewhere else. Because this is still actually also prime farmland, and there's no point in having all this here. We could then turn all of this into farming as well. You can do some farming here. Mostly will be our local waste management here. So if this all turns into farming, all of these factories can move elsewhere, including here. See? Yes. Yes, I see it. See it, chat. The future is unfolding in this mind. Slowly, surely. Kind of horrifically. Running out of coal was an issue here. Now with this, we could then change this one to only bring in the manufactured sand. So this thing is here because, well, this is where it lives. And it only needs manufactured sand to, keep on making this, which is ultimately kind of important for making sure that, because the poop must flow. So in that way, it might be better to then have a separate general crush everything area, which can raw export both gravel and manufactured sand, which would make sense to me at least. And that kind of station, considering everything here, would make sense to have here. Now, can we? Yes. Have train tracks that run here. And then rejoin there. Okay? A lot of this rock will then be diverted to here. I don't think there's that many things that actually use like just rock directly. Rock plus acid to make hydrogen fluoride and slag. Well, not something we're doing right now, but I guess it'll be handy to just have at least some kind of rock exporter. Also, we need the gravel. Now let's see here. There you go, storage. So we would have one for, let's say, rock, gravel, manufactured sand, crushed slag. So everything gets crushed here. Magic this thing into existence. Imagine those belt upgrades. Apparently we're recycling faster than we're consuming. I mean, yeah. Dealing with this. And then for the copper smelter, we'll have to then also have a train station to pick up the copper scrap. Let's see here, and then let's see if this could work. Kind of wonder if it'd be a good idea to like. Oh well, no, don't worry about it. It is the first experiment. A little bit of stretch of dirt there, but no wait, no we won't. See, we do this. We do that. We edit these areas. And move you there. And we'll look at you. Edit these areas. There we go. And you are done. 1, 2, 3. I think you might want to have these a little closer. Right now there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2. Something going along the ground anyway, so ultimately it doesn't really help much. So then we move these things one more time, one step to the left. Well, that's okay. And... ooh. Waiting for the products. I know. I'll give you one truck to fill you up with water. It'll be fine. Right. Maybe this one should have been here. Or we just separate one for a water train to bring water to the people. That would make sense to me, actually. It's probably better to have that one than be a separate one. Oh, that's so wild. All is cold. Oh, man. Like proper, like complex networks all on the ground. You build them, then you never fix them again. If we need to, we could do that with belts as well. But I guess, you know, better than nothing. And especially if the pipes improve, then you can have these like massive things. Come on. Yep, running low on power. Running low on diesel. Alright, let's make another dirt trade, I'm afraid. There we go. So now we got some dirt ready to get moving. And if we look at our big old giant crushers, we effectively want two, yeah? But we don't want this kind of setup actually. Except for maybe the sand. You see, the rock would first flow here. Then its output can go into a station if we wanted to. There's one of 4 in between. The rock flows here, but also there. And then there's a there you go. So the balancing connection from here to there. And then you are crushing rocks, the gravel. And this gravel flows here. Ah, yes. And then you crush gravel into sand. There. She flows from here into there. And then you can also go into a train station. Is one way of looking at this. all taking up so much space now. So what if we then had these like next to each other? So gravel goes here, and gravel goes there, sand goes there, stone can live here. Can I make one of these crush many things? That remains an issue. I guess that's the filtering. Let's see here. Let's make a temporary loose storage. And we find this space. Pause all of that. Oh my god. Hey there, Tube of Games. Welcome back. Hope you have had a good day. And the trash sorting is, well, slowly but surely, but still getting sorted. So that's good. Chlorine is getting picked up. These things have run out of power. This is less than ideal. Okay, but the trading car has left. I mean boat. The trading ski of the boat in ski. Now diesel numbers are still okay, but these are kind of running lowish. I thought it's okay. Not bad, thank you. But the cinema with my daughter. Oh yeah, that sounds lovely. Hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed the movie. Making that gravel. Everything here should work. Oh. Right. So you running is kind of important. Okay, right. Oh yeah, because we tried to make the whole freaking concrete factory. Still can't really see it if I could have multiple. You see, if I had multiple recipes, like you crushed slag, rock, gravel, and yeah, one machine crushes rocks
Son of
all the way.
Tenbago. Son of Tenbago.
Got right, darling. Let's see. It's been 8 hours. Okay. More of these walls are complaining, but they're kind of okay. As long as they don't murder everyone, it's fine. Oh. I'm pretty sure it's this corner that's causing the issue here. Alright. Well, at least you got the rocking chairs to the people now, so that's a thing. Run out of glass, though. We try to work on that crushed glass. The copper mines are doing okay, but it's... Oh, the pile is getting smaller. These guys have almost finished smoothing out some of this here nonsense. And once they're done with that, then we'll let them head up here to smooth out the world on this side. And well, they're bringing in some of this fear, filthy media. Keep running out of power. Hey, the trading boat ski has arrived, ski. Meaning we get some more of this here. Good old fuel, the gas. We're burning on that wood for power. Yeah, need a more reliable power production. And some way to get rid of this horrifying sulfur. Alright. Nothing is being cleansed and dealt with and kind of filtered. Good old poopy poop sludge. Assisting with that one. Mixer 2 has just been upgraded. We're not using one here, but we're going to use one in something. Oh well, something soon. Soon, TM. These guys are working there at their best. We still need to figure out a logic system. I don't think we can. Nothing that I've seen implies like an actual logic system. We only have priority systems. Then we can have a set of like sorting systems. Sorry, gravel, sand, slag. And we can have there's like a hierarchy for these. Then your outputs go here, and then we have sorters put them in these three. And then this one also has output going back. The annoying thing is, it feels like this should be possible. So you'd sort for gravel. You sort for manufactured sand. And what else would be crushed slag. And we have these. Receive from belt pipes only if below, and output the belt pipes only if above. So this will maintain a minimum, and when that is reached, it starts outputting. So that way we can have an outputting for like the gravel. Belts and pipes. It only mentions belts and pipes. So if we then also attach this to a train station, how'd that work? Probably won't. And we So what if we did have you there, right? And you, this one, like would be still, right? No stone. Yeah, stone and slag would have to be then, yeah, inputs. So we have stone and slag coming in. And everything else going out. Including... the sand. The gravel also being half it and it being sent back to make sand. Once gravel gets full enough, then it starts making sand. There's no need for that be that sort of tightly wound. Okay. Rock and slag is brought in. At least they are exported. Or because everything will be for this. These are imported. Everything else is used. Which means we also need the limestone import. Yeah. So we import limestone, rock, slag, limestone, rock, slag, water, and fuel gas. Limestone, rock, slag, water, fuel gas. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So then we would need 5 imports. Makes sense to me. Okay. 5 imports and two exports. 1 for bricks, 1 for the CO2. So the slag will allow us to save on rock. And if we can make one of these, because when it makes gravel, it makes crazy amounts of gravel. And we can have the slag crushed we'll focus on that one. But if we somehow run out of slag, then you can also use the other recipe where it uses gravel instead. So you can have you can alternate the inputs for the machine. I think that would be a nice safety system. We'll end up with 48 manufactured sand. You consume 6 per. That'll be fine. Next, no one else really uses them, and yeah. Doggos having mega massive works. They're letting me know it is time to sort out bricks tomorrow. So at least we have the shitters done, which is good. So now I'm actually dealing with this one, which means we could remove this one once they have enough water imported. The pipes are going underground is just wonderful. Yeah, now we just need a more settled water imports, and then that's good. Filter media is kind of happening. But the most important thing is that, yes, indeed. You're unemployed? Good for you, but friendo. The weird thing is, I don't get it. When consumption is 26, demand is 36, and maximum capacity is 81. So we're nowhere near the max capacity. So what exactly is slowing us down here? Is he waiting for product? You are waiting for the fuel. So is it just because this guy is... Inputs are 72. Oh. Sure. Not all the way to Mark fucking 3. The outputs are okay. Yeah, but the inputs were slow. How about you? Your inputs are at 50. And that's a pipe 2, so that should be fine. And as you can see, they are constantly burning. Over here, there's also much spinning. Along the efficiency. Is it because this guy is stealing a little bit of steam all the time? I mean, it could be, otherwise it's all kind of like perfectly one-to-one here. There you go, work normal speed. Good ya heckin', thank ya. Magically upgrade some pipes. You should have like 0 issues. And your inputs are at 50. Oh. There you go. No more fork track for you, friendo. You don't have to worry about it. Still worked out just fine. And now these guys are overslagged. Otherwise, we are back on track with those. All the water exports are taken full. And boom. Time ding. Oh, that's very true. Sorry. Will happen to me time and time again. Get so easily distracted. Power's running again. Alright, so next time we need a sulfur output. This thing is kind of working. We just need the train tracks to actually be connected here, but to that we need thousands upon thousands of units of bricks, which we don't have. We'll double our steel storage, by the way, because it's full already, and we're going to use all of it, and actually more than this, pretty much, to make this one bridge. So, yeah, steel is a nice sort of calm, constant production. I think that's every fire put out, yeah? I think so. And all of these are working as they should. Excellent. Oof. So, yeah, so now we just need to figure out how do we sort out this silly station of train. But it shouldn't be too impossible. We'll make it work. One way or another. So yeah, import slag, potentially rock, and export bricks, pretty much. No, slag, yeah, we did the math. We'll figure it out. So, please save me for myself. Now, normally I would not have a stream tomorrow. Thing is a day off kind of thing, but I kind of have a free day off to do whatever, and I decided that, you know what, I want to continue on Hano Town. So there will be a stream tomorrow. So you all know, the town will grow. There will be more industry tomorrow. So tomorrow we figure out how do we make our entire factory ship more bricks, so we can build more bridges, so we can have sweet trains and redesign everything, because it takes me forever to get anything done, which leads to the fact that, you know, research keeps on happening in the background. But now it's time for the end of streams and the songs of the drink and industry. And then we shall see who's out and who's about. And where do we raid? A percuss one? Yeah, why not? Been playing a whole bunch of Oxygen Not Included lately, and now he's back to his main fare, which is a Vintage Story. It's a stream anniversary. 2 years since the first stream. Why, thank you, Cobble Snacks, for pointing it out. Yes. Fantastic. Oh, and a single squat at the end. Thank you. I appreciate it. But I gotta go. Thank you for hanging out, Tube of Games, Cobble Snacks, everyone else on the Twitch side. Thank you, Joshua, and everyone else on the YouTube side as well. Hope you're all doing good. So thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time, because I had a most wonderful time, as always, with all of you. And I hope all of you have a wonderful day. So, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. You know, despite the scheduling, and which, you know, the factory must grow, the industry must happen. Now I'll be alone with the dogs tomorrow, so I'll be I'll have to take some more breaks, which I normally should do anyway. Just so, you know, let them out to the backyard and make sure they get fed and all that. Hey, I'll be tomorrow. Until then, my friends, stay awesome, have a good time, and congratulate Percuss on his stream anniversary. 2 years in his very first stream. And he's an already made partner. Well done. What a lad. Hey, I gotta go. See you around, friends. Ta-ta!